Can you hear us?
Да, хорошо слышно. Всем доброе утро.
Доброе утро, спасибо.
Assalomu alaykum ustoz. To'xtasin ustoz, yaxshimisiz? Rahmat. Professor Katsura aytayaptilarki, shu boshlanishida ochilish so'zlarini zaldan bersa yaxshi bo'lardi. Taqdimot qismini men o'zim moderatorlik qilaman deb hozir taklif beryaptilar. Shunga welcome speechlarni o'sha zaldan turib boshqarib turilsa yaxshi bo'lar ekan, shuni yetkazib qo'yapman.
Yaxshi, hozir ularni moderator sifatida tanishtirib qo'yib, keyin o'zbek zaldan so'z beraveramiz. Bo'ladimi?
Hop. Hop.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari. Mana bugun ikkinchi kun biz konferensiyani o'tkazyapmiz. Bugun binochilarga ishlayapmiz. Bu konferensiyani bugun birinchisini olib borish moderator Keksuti Kasura. And we'll give the first report for the moderator of this conference, Professor Keksuti Kasura. Demek kechagi kunda juda ko'p ajoyib taqdirlar bo'ldi. Ayniqsa ikkinchi yarmida ikkita ma'ruza aynan yer resurslarini va yakunlarini barqaror boshqarishga qaratilgan ma'ruzalar. Ulardan ayrimlari kechqurun to'xtalib o'tgan tashkil qasamli ma'ruzalarida kuyinish deb gapirdik. Braziliyada narkotik yer maydonlari degradatsiya kuzatilgan. Vakillik fermerlar bilan olimlarni hamkorlikli tadqiqot ishlarini olib bormayapti. Ayrim izlanishlarda bunday sanoatlar rivojlanishda biz bu sohani mutaxassislari orqali olib ketgan kabi masalalar. Dear conference participants, we had a great conference the first day, and we had interesting reports for participants, professors, and especially Professor Hassan Ashri had an interesting and very important report for us. And as you know, and we had great speeches, reports. For example, Professor from Bowdoin University had an interesting report. But I would say And they are expressed that the carbon cycle in the birth is poor controlled. And Professor Moser from Russia told about organic fertilizers and its use in lands, in our lands. And I just told some conclusions from this report. Land is of great importance in society in terms of natural resources. Land and soil resources are the most important natural resources for the country, and which must be used and protected wisely. It should be noted that it's so difficult to preserve high-yielding lands and pass them on to future generations. The reforms being carried out in our country are also radical changes in the agricultural sector. In this regard, special attention paid to increasing the productivity of land, the organization of rational use of the lands. The focus on lands which should remain means of production in the agrarian sector has helped to make great strides in this area. Today, marketplace forms of land use are emerging. High land use into the preservation of existing lands, increasing their productivity, a leading sector of the economy, including agriculture, with population growth rates based on science-based system.
davlat boshqaruv organlarining yuridik va jismoniy shaxslarining yerdan foydalanish, qonuniyatini saqlash, oshirish hamda qayta tiklash sohasida hamkorlikdagi faoliyatni tashkil etishning samarali mexanizmini yaratish va yuritish kerak.
Same time, in order to implement a unified state policy aimed at efficient and rational use of land resources, public administration bodies should create and maintain an effective mechanism for organizing joint activities of legal entities and individuals in the field of land use, conservation, increase and restoration of soil fertility.
resurslarini boshqarish organlari tarkibi, jumladan yer qonunchiligi, yerdan foydalanish talablariga rioya qilishni nazorat qilish tizimini doimo takomillashtirib hamda mustaqil borish lozim.
It's necessary to improve and strengthen the composition of land management bodies, including system control over compliance with the legislation and land use requirements.
Yer egasi bo'lgan barcha tadbirkorlik subyektlari yanada muvaffaqiyatli rivojlanishga xizmat qilishi, eng avvalo yurtimiz farovonligini mustahkamlashga, uni raqam topishga yanada keng yo'l ochib beradi.
Serving the development of all land-based business will, first of all, pave the way of strengthening the well-being of our country.
Ona zamin hamisha bizga ko'rilish va e'tiborimizga muhtoj. Unga g'amxo'rlik qilish esa barchamizni muqaddas burchimiz ekanligini unutmasligimiz kerak.
All the earth always needs our attention, and love, and caring for its use of security, and it must be done.
Anjuman qatnashchilarini bugungi bayram bilan tabriklagan holda barchaga samimiy minnatdorchilik bildiraman.
Congratulating the participants of the conference on today's, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all participants of the conference.
Konferensiya ishiga muvaffaqiyat.
I wish success to the conference for. Thank you very much.
Endi keyingi so'z Rossiya davlat agrar universiteti nomidagi Moskva qishloq xo'jaligi akademiyasi professor Aleksandr
And the next order will be given to the professor of Timoryazov's Russian State University, Shitnikov Alexander.
Значит, ну, она в связи с тем, что не смогла сделать, не может сделать доклад, она уехала. Разрешите мне сделать доклад. Это модерн. Что? Да. Разрешите мне предоставить слово, тогда я сделаю доклад от Тимирязевской академии. Я очень рад вас приветствовать. Большое спасибо, что вы меня пригласили. Меня слышно? Алло, меня слышно?
Слышно?
Все.
Делайте пожалуйста.
Да, спасибо большое. Еще раз большое спасибо, что пригласили нас участвовать на столь широком форуме. Ну, я всегда с большой гордостью, говоря об Узбекистане, всегда говорю, что на территории СНГ первый институт научно-исследовательский по почвоведению и агрохимии был создан именно на территории Узбекистана в Ташкенте. Это первый старейший институт, которому уже больше 100 лет. И в то же время первый опыт на территории СНГ, который до сих пор ведется, которому 110 лет, находится на территории Тимирязевской академии. Здесь много направлений исследований, но в том числе мне хочется сегодня рассказать о влиянии способов землепользования на количественные и качественные характеристики органического вещества. Значит, но многолетние полевые опыты, чем больше возраст таких опытов, тем более значимы результаты его. Но длительный опыт – это, значит, до 50 и более лет, а вот сверхдлительные – это более 50 лет. Ну, к сожалению, их на сегодняшний день не так много, которые ведутся. Значит, в мире проводится около 620 длительных опытов. Это те опыты, которым больше 50 лет. Значит, в России это 34% всех опытов. И здесь видим по континентам. В каждом континенте ведутся длительные опыты. Ну, где-то не так много. Вот. где-то их больше ведется. Это те, что, значит, на территории СНГ единственное, это вот в России, который опыт был заложен в 1912 году на территории Тимирязевской академии, таким ученым, как Дейренко и Прянишниковым, вот, был заложен вот этот опыт, который сегодня имеет мировое значение. Значит, мы имеем аттестат номер 50, по длительности опыта он входит в реестр длительных опытов. Значит, ну, функции опыта – это активно-познавательная, это демонстрационные, интеграционные и управление продукционным процессом, усиливающие мотивацию к изучению агрономии. Сегодня это наиболее актуально, потому что от агрономии, о продовольственных запасах, ну, зависит, в общем-то, жизнь и благополучие страны. Но всегда есть необходимость в длительных опытах и модификации, что-то усовершенствовать. В связи с тем, что ведь наука, сельское хозяйство не стоит на одном месте, а меняется количество внесения удобрений, пестицидов, гербицидов. Поэтому вот эти длительные опыты, каждый раз мы их как-то модифицируем. Ну, в частности, система удобрений модификация претерпела. Это с 1912 года по 1938 год, когда не так много было минералки, но тогда вносилось столько, сколько вносилось по всей стране. Это порядка 7,5 килограммов азота, 15 килограммов фосфора и так далее. Но в 1939 году химизация стала больше вноситься удобрений в сельском хозяйстве, и поэтому в 10 раз тогда по стране увеличилось внесение удобрений. И также, чтобы это отражалось на опыте, для того, чтобы мы могли рекомендовать производству не только опыт ради опыта, а ради того, чтобы можно было рекомендовать производству. И мы видим, как меняется количество внесенного удобрений, минералки, органики, вот, в зависимости от годов. Также этапы модификации длительного опыта, что, ну, мы видим, с одной стороны проводятся севообороты, с другой стороны это бессменные культуры, которые 110 лет растут на одном и том же месте. Но тогда начали вносить известь в зависимости от потребностей почвы. И в 1949 году решили разделить делянки и стали вносить, модифицировать тем, что внесение извести на половину делянки. Таким образом, известкование начало проводиться в связи с тем, что известкование агрохимические службы стали привносить по всей стране. Потом этапы модификации длительного опыта тем, что удобрения стали вносить сплошным методом. И так как овес сильно поражался птицами, а опыт находится в городе, довольно-таки много птиц, поэтому вместо овса заменили его на ячмень. Ну вот мы видим по, значит, внесению удобрений изменения. Так, теперь здесь изменение направленности биохимических процессов, превращение углерода при разной интенсивности использования пашни. Здесь видно, как идет минерализация и изменение биохимических процессов в пашне, вот, именно содержание углерода. В следующем слайде видим роль интенсивности использования пашни и изменения запасов гумуса за 105 лет. Вот, как изменяются, значит, содержание его вот за это время. Мы видим, значит, различными культурами, паром, яровыми, в севооборотах и исходное содержание. Насколько изменились запасы гумуса за все это время. Следующий слайд – это соотношение центральной и периферической части органического вещества. Опять же, под различными культурами периферическая часть и центральная часть. Здесь изменение соотношения гуминовых и пульповых при разной интенсивности использования пашни. Значит, без удобрений, при внесении полного цикла удобрений плюс навоза, это яровые, зерновые, бессменные, и в севообороте также внесение полного комплекса минеральных удобрений с навозом. И видим, как меняются фульва и гуминовые кислоты. Здесь изменение энергоемкости различных агробиоцинозов 1000 мегаджоулей на гектар. Также поступление гумуса и передвижение подвижного фосфора, обменного калия, растительных остатков вот в мегаджоулей на энергетический баланс, как меняется. Ну и, чтобы не занимать долго вашего времени, переходим к заключению. Мы видим, что устойчивость агробиоцинозов непосредственно связана с изменением энергоемкости различных агроэкосистем под влиянием природных, антропогенных факторов, различной интенсивности. Длительное, более 100 лет, интенсивное использование пахотных земель снижает общую энергоемкость различных агроцинозов вот где-то на 12-43% по сравнению с природными травянистыми биоцинозами. Интенсивное и сверхинтенсивное воздействие на агроландшафт по технологическим приемам повышается энергоемкость на 10-30%. При этом доля энергии гумуса составляет 80-82%. Запасы биофильных элементов порядка 11% и антропогенных факторов 2%. И таким образом отчуждается эта энергия с отчуждением урожая порядка 4,5-6,5%. Ну вот, что я хотел сказать в заключении. Большое всем спасибо.
И вам спасибо за интересный доклад. Будет докладчик вопрос у вас? Сауалига Гуама?
Have you got some questions for the report? Any questions?
Рахмат.
Следующее слово представляется профессор Владислав Кахуров. Да, заглубленного исламского университета.
The next report, the next word that will be given to Professor Владислав Foundation University.
Уважаемые участники конференции, у меня большая честь сердечно приветствовать вас на глобальном симпозиуме, посвященном очень рациональному вопросам биоресурсов.
Dear guests and participants of the conference, it's my honor to welcome you in this conference devoted to the goal of using remote sensing and use for creating fertilizers, spreading and precision agriculture.
Прежде всего, позвольте мне подчеркнуть важность сегодняшнего мероприятия, основными целями которого является обмен знаниями по предотвращению деградации, по рациональному управлению и адаптации для устойчивого управления почвами в условиях изменения климата.
the main goals of the conference is the rational use of lands and organization of the rational use of lands and the decreasing of the degradation of lands in the world.
Основная тема данного мероприятия воплощает в себя три основных направления, которые, по нашему мнению, способствуют успешным результатам и достижению конкретных предложений, инициатив и результатов.
In my opinion, we have three issues. The main topic of this conference, and we have three issues here. And if we use these issues, I think will be achieved.
На сегодняшний день более 123 стран обязались установить свои цели по нейтрализации деградации Земли.
Today, more than 123 countries is devoted to increase of degradation, land degradation.
Данная проблема очень является глобальной и быстро растет как в орошаемых, так и неорошаемых районах, как в поганых, так и в пастбищных землях.
This issue is very important today in
Орошаемых и неорошаемых.
irrigated and non-irrigated lands.
Как ФАО подтверждает, что более 1,5 миллиарда человек во всем мире напрямую страдают от деградации.
According to the FAO, today is more than billion people is suffered from land degradation.
И почвы уже снизили продуктивность земной поверхности уже на четверть, то есть 25%.
And soil fertility is decreased more than triple.
Что является угрозой для глобальной продовольственной безопасности.
And it's a global problem for the global food security system.
И достижение цели устойчивого развития связано с целями 15.3, направленных на достижение нейтральной деградации климатических. Республика Узбекистан, страна генетического выхода к морю, расположена в центре евразийского континента по севере Арабского моря.
The Republic of Uzbekistan is situated between countries, and we have no way to see.
С численностью населения более 34 миллионов, и более 70% поддерживают засухи.
And Uzbekistan has more than 34 million people. And
также влияет нация правительства,
and we have a big threat, the influence of RLC to the health and well-being of the
Узбекистан занимает выгодное стратегическое положение в Центральной Азии для налаживания международных экономических и научных образовательных связей.
Uzbekistan has an important and useful position for the economics, for the land use, agriculture, all of the sectors.
Республика Узбекистан Шавкат Мирзиёев объявил ряд
President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, and the General Assembly of Iran has announced the land use problems and announced the threat of this global problem, land use problem and degradation.
Поэтому я призываю всех наших международных партнеров активному сотрудничеству в области борьбы с деградацией почв, вопросов продовольственной безопасности, углеводного, низкоуглеводного сельского хозяйства, а также сельскохозяйства 4.0.
And to solve this problem and the land use problem and soil degradation, I'm calling all participants and guests to collaboration and to work together to solve this problem.
Надеюсь, что сегодняшняя конференция станет еще одним шагом к продвижению к этому благородному целью и будет способствовать практической реализации ключевых задач.
And I hope this conference will serve as a solve to this problem, these issues.
Вообще считается, что нация, которая разрушает свои почвы, разрушается.
The people, the nation who the degradation of this problem can threaten the health of people, nation.
Пользуясь случаем, благодарю всех наших партнеров и всех организаторов конференции за великолепную организацию такого мероприятия. Спасибо.
And I'm grateful to all the guests and participants of this conference. Thank you all very much.
Rahmat. Problemlarda sizga resurslarni oqilona foydalanish to'g'risida qaratilgan bir qator konferensiyalar o'tkazilgan va keyingilarga sizga sog'liq. Rahmat. Keyingi so'z Shuhratshnoslik va ilmiy tarixchilik instituti yozuvchi fanlari doktori Nozirjon Abdurahmonov.
The next report will be given to the professor, Doctor of Biological Sciences, Dr. Halqaro.
Assalomu alaykum. Qatnashchilari. So'nggi yillarda dunyo miqyosida ustunroq to'lanish va cho'lak jarayonlari kuchayayotgani, suv va shamol eroziyasi tuproq unumdor raqamlar yemilishi kuchayayotgani, qancha ijtimoiy, iqtisodiy va boshqa muammolarni bosh og'rib bo'lishiga sabab bo'lmoqda.
Good day, dear participants and guests of the conference. It's of great importance. So, effective use of lands and issues of their protection, because it's connected with human life and health as well as national well-being. So, it defines which conditions of which generation will live.
Yerlardan samarali foydalanish, to'g'ri muhofaza qilish masalasi iqtisodiy ijtimoiy jihatdan muhim ahamiyatga ega.
The effective use of lands and the issues of their protection is of great importance.
Chunki bunda so'z inson hayoti va salomatligiga, shuningdek mamlakat milliy boyligiga iqtidorni munosabatda bo'lishga bog'liq. Bu masalaning yechimi kelajak avlodning qanday sharoitda yashashini belgilab beradi.
Because this issue is connected with the human life and health as well as the national well-being, so it defines in which conditions each generation we.
Shunday ekan, bu masalaning yechimi qishloq xo'jaligiga mo'ljallangan yerlarning holatini doimiy kuzatib borish, aniqlangan salbiy holatlarni oldini olish va oqibatlarni bartaraf etish, biroq unumdorlikni saqlash va oshirish, muhofaza etish hamda yer resurslarini samarali foydalanish bo'yicha ilmiy asoslangan taklif va tavsiyalar ishlab chiqish bilan hal etilishi mumkin bo'ladi.
So, solution of this issue is connected with regular control of land states, conservation and increasing of land productivity, protection and rational use of lands with the help of scientifically based recommendations.
Yerlar integratsiyasiga uchrashi, proper unumdorlikni pasayish muammolari dunyo bo'yicha ham mavjud bo'lgan global masalalardan hisoblanadi.
One of the global issues problems is the degradation of lands and decreasing of lands fertility in the whole world.
Hozirda dunyo bo'yicha qishloq xo'jaligi yaroqli bo'lgan tuproqlarning 70%, o'rmonlarning tezlik, kuchuk daryo suvlarining 20%, geologik resurslarning 70% deyarli o'zlashtirib bo'lingan va foydalanilmoqda. Ushbu raqamlardan ham ko'rinib turibdiki, hozirda mavjud bo'lgan har bir qarich yerdan oqilona va samarali foydalanish muhim ahamiyat kasb etadi.
Today, in the whole world, the agricultural sector has more than 70% of lands and more than 50% of and more than 20% of fresh water and more than 70% of biological resources used.
Sug'orilgan yerlarning holatini yanada yaxshilash, tuproqlar unumdorligini saqlash, barqarorlashtirish va oshirish hamda yerlardan samarali foydalanish uchun birinchi navbatda sezilarli tuproqlarda davom etayotgan sho'rlanish, eroziyalanish, iqtisodiy kamayish kabi jarayonlarni hisobga olinmoqda. Bunga asoslangan zarur agrokimyoviy, agrotermik va agrofizikiy tadbirlar va tavsiyalarga amal qilish zarur bo'ladi. Bunday yerlarni sho'rsizlantirish, ularni suv, irrigatsiya hamda shamol eroziyasidan muhofaza qilish, tuproqlarni agrofizika texnologik holatini yaxshilash, tuproqlarni agrokimyoviy ta'minlash va organik moddaga boyitish, tuproq sharoitlarini hisobga olgan holda qishloq xo'jaligi yerlarini to'g'ri joylashtirish, yerlarni ifloslanishdan va zaharli moddalarni salbiy ta'sirini kamaytirish kabi tadbirlar birinchi galdagi vazifalar qatoridan o'rin olmoqda.
And it's important and it's necessary to increase the salinity of soils and rational use water irrigation system and protect from erosion, from water, from wind erosion, and increase agro-physical and technology features of soils and agrochemical use and to rational use of organic substances, fertilizers, and for doing this we should connect our future works to increase and to strengthen the conditions, soil conditions, climatic conditions, and
Shuna alohida ta'kidlashni istaylik, tabiiy resurslar ichida yer o'ziga xos maqomga ega bo'lib, bundan ilmiy amaliy asoslangan tarzda samarali foydalanishni tashkil etish, qishloq xo'jaligi mo'ljallangan yerlarni tuproq unumdorligini saqlash, hamda uni muhofazalashning asosi bo'lib, ravandida mamlakatimizning oziq-ovqat xavfsizligini ta'minlash, ekologik toza mahsulotlarni ishlab chiqarish, xalqimizning turmush qonunchiligiga yanada oshishga zamin yaratadi.
I'd like to stress here that natural resources, and among the natural resources, land has its own place because if we use land resources scientifically and practical based conditions, so we can we can increase soil fertility and increase crop yield. We can protect conservation of soils and lands, and we create the scientifically proven measures of protection of plants, and to produce pure productions for people, for nation, and we can increase well-being of the nation. Well, Earth always needs a love and attention, and caring for it is our sacred duty, and it must not be forgotten. And it's of great importance to conduct this conference, the first international scientific conference called Land Resources and Control of Biological Biodiversity. And I congratulate the participants of this conference, the 22nd of April, International Land and International Earth Protection Day. And I wish you success to the conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Rahmat, işte Özbekiz bağlı vazifeledir. Onların şartlar, koşulları, yapılı hatalar, loyihalar, başarılı gelişler, listlerinde muvaffakiyet olmak gerekir. Endi hurmatli anjuman qatnashchilari, asosiy mavzular boshlandi. Endi egasiga sizlar o'rnatilayotgan topshiriqda moderator Bo'yicha qishloq xo'jaligi va texnologiya universiteti professori Yesudi University.
So the next word will be given to the professor of Turkey University, Professor Yesudi. Professor Casey.
Okay,
Eshitilyapti. Professor Katsura, your turn, please.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Shortcut?
Yes.
Okay, so now it's time for the presentation. May I start?
Yes.
Okay, so let me invite the first speaker of today, Dr. Nikitina Elena from Academy of Science of the Republic of Uzbekistan Botany Institute. Are you here? Nikitina Elena.
Yes, I think she is in audience.
Okay. So could you please prepare for your presentation? Yes, now I can see your slides.
Can you switch on microphone, Professor Katsu?
Sorry. So the title of the first presenter is Assessment of Plant Species Diversity, Lamiaceae in Uzbekistan based on DNA barcoding. So are you ready? Ms. Nikitina? I cannot hear you. We can see your slides, but I cannot hear you.
Now,
Yes. Okay, now we can hear you clearly. So please start your presentation. You have 15 minutes presentations. Okay, please.
botanists of our institute, based on peculiar terms of floristic composition and then conflict vegetation, cover, and landscapes, developed a detailed scheme. Next. A detailed scheme of botanical geographic zoning of territory of Uzbekistan, according to the modern scan of the territory of Uzbekistan, located within the mountain Central Asia and Iran. Next. The flora of Uzbekistan numbers more than 4,400 species of vascular plant belonging to 650 genera and 150 families. Next. More than 10% of the flora of Uzbekistan are groups of rare and rare species. A significant amount of the flora is represented by endemic species that are not found outside of Central Asia. The rate of endemism is about 8%. 378 taxa are considered national endemics, the study of which makes it possible to assess the process of speciation in the region. Next. 314 species are listed in the Red Book of Uzbekistan. It belongs to about 49 families. Next. And over 220 species of the flora of Uzbekistan are assessed according to International Union for Conservation of Nature, and 7 taxa are included in the Red Book as globally distributed. Lamiaceae species are used as model objects in our study. This family includes 236 genera with about 7,000 species, with a cosmopolitan distribution. Lamiaceae species are often present in terms of taxonomy, rarity status, and endemism. Also representations are medicinal, aromatic, mammiferous, ornamental, and economically important food plants. They have a huge content of biologically active compounds, essential oils, with a wide picture spectrum. Lamiaceae occupy an important position of the flora of Uzbekistan. It contains 243 species included in 37 genera. It should be noted, 30 species of Lamiaceae are listed in the Red Book of Uzbekistan. 3 species of them are in status 0. What does it mean? It means probably disappeared from the seas. Flamoides junganica, status 0, probably disappeared species of the Chalqaro range. Next. Flamoides gypsacea, status 0, extremely rare endemic species of the western Bishal range. Flamoides schema parviflora, status 0, rare species of the northwestern Pamira line. So, the national herbarium of Uzbekistan contains about 1.5 million herbarium specimens, the oldest of which date back to 200 years. It should be known herbarium specimens are potentially important source of material of DNA data for phylogenetic and evolutionary studies. So the aim of this work, our work, is an inventory of plant species diversity of the flora of Uzbekistan from molecular genetic technique using combination of nuclear and chloroplast DNA by bodies. For the first time, genotyping of DNA by body with monkeys was carried out to discriminate the rare wild species of the flora of Uzbekistan. The technology is successfully applied for species identification, best practice for distribution monitoring of invasive alien species for development of an environment protection measure. This research is the beginning study of the flora for the flora of Uzbekistan with DNA by body technique, using a sequence of phylogenetic significant sequences. The first and the main step is extraction of high-quality DNA from plant material. This is important factor for DNA by body. For successful amplification of marker sequence in DNA sample, we use the combination of chloroplast and nuclear spacer agents. The concentration and purity of total nuclear exit was demonstrated determined the photometry. Next. Viewing and reading of success was by our programs. Next. So, special simplification by comparing of nucleic sequence data was we did in an SBI Plus database. The next step is submission. Nucleic sequence data are submitted to an international gene-bank database and provide with ID numbers for the first time for Uzbekistan. So we should note that this species was admitted in SBI for the first time. And it's very important in the different time to identify the species because most of them are endemics. The next step, the digital alignment and soft program. So, based on the obtained data, a comparative analysis of the sequences of both chloroplast and nuclear genomes of the species lineages was carried out. In both cases, differences were found at the interspecies level. Our hierarchical diagrams constructed on the basis of different monkey and IT sequence classified at the subfamily triple level and reflect the phylogenetic relationship with the family lineages. Our hierarchical clustering constructed by sequence compares of marked region clearly demonstrate the genetic diversion of the family lineages into two strong supported clusters of high ability start rate, corresponding to the subfamily Cunidae, Nipetidae, Scutellaridae. Currently recognized in the flora of Uzbekistan. So, comparison of the sequence of chloroplast and nuclear agents allows to do phylogenetic analysis at different taxonomic levels, intra-genetic tribe, as well as family level. Our research shows that the use of DNA barcoding method provides a large-scale environmental monitoring, the taxonomic diversity study of the flora of Uzbekistan. The results obtained in this research demonstrate the effectiveness of using DNA sequences of nuclear and chloroplast regions, as well as approach for the assessing of plant species diversity on the territory of Uzbekistan. And I know the genotype of the marker sequences was carried out for the flora of Uzbekistan for the first time. Currently, two demonstration by QR codes is very popular. which used to compress information obtained by DNA barcoding. For example, it is convenient for placing on the herbarium specimen. To record the number of plants in electronic database is needed. In addition to genetic information, this includes herbarium scan, voucher number, G-starter, date and author of collection, pathological and geobotanical description of species, as well as molecular genetics. I think we did a huge work for this. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. So now the discussion is open to the audience. Any questions or comments?
いいでしょうか? May I have some
Safuji,
questions?
please.
Thank you very much. I have much interest for your good presentation, and you are very good at for DNA barcoding techniques. And I'd like to know, I understand you are very, very good in your you are rich in biodiversity, and you have so many plants and the very huge herbarium. And I'd like to know, for my specialties, do you have planning for a metabolome analysis, metagenome analysis, and also metabolome analysis for and to mix with your DNA analysis and to know the chemicals, including especially in Lamiaceae family or Fabaceae family, are very interesting, rich in chemicals.
Do you mean metabolome analysis or? Yeah. No, we just Institute of Botany, we do DNA barcodes and inventory with DNA barcodes. But there is in Tashkent Institute of they do metabolome. Chemistry of chemical compounds. They do metabolome analysis, not our institute.
Yes, thank you so much for your answer. Indeed, I encourage you to use such kind of metabolome analysis and mix them by using AI, artificial intelligence, deep learning, to make your research more and more a good one. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, please.
I'm also Turaj, associate professor of the Department of Genetics of the National University. So thank you for your interesting presentation. So I have a question. How many plant species in Uzbekistan were identified by DNA barcoding by your group? How many plant species?
We do it, this process, we do not stop, we do it during 2 years. So more than 500 species is identified and submitted this DNA.
My next question. You use, your scientific group use 3 standard gene markers, ITS, MATK, 3NLF markers. So that markers are universal markers or specific markers to the plants?
Okay, it's universal for likely for but some species they need specific markers. The level of variety is depend of this genera. For example, for Lamiaceae, it's good to compare to this Terenel, FSL, ESP, heat, of course, and nuclear.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I ask?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. A very interesting presentation. Did you plan to sequence of some genes for your genetic analysis experiments in the future?
Let's see, but now our hope is plan. I showed in my presentation this different level but also it's working different candidates also. If you saw in my presentation the level between intergene and subject.
And second question, where sequenced your object whole genome sequenced? Where sequenced your object's whole genome? I mean, did they set to database NCBI or not?
You open very problem of this stuff. We should talk about this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the time is up. So thank you, Ms. Dr. Nikitina Elena. Thank you for your good presentation. So let's move on to the next presentation. So the next presenter is Mr. Shofkat Koldoro from Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, Japan. So Shofkat, could you please prepare for presentations?
Thank you, Professor.
And the title of his presentation is Estimation of Salt Accumulated Soils Based on Satellite Image Analysis in Minbulak District of Uzbekistan. Yes, now we can see your slides. So could you please use the presentation mode? Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So now it's your time.
Can I start? Everything is fine. Can you hear me, audience?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants. First of all, I want to say my gratitude because inviting such kind of young researchers to giving the research results, such kind of important conference. For this, I want to say all organizers to thanks. And I want to start little bit background about myself. I'm Shofkat Koldorov. At this time, I'm studying at Tokyo University Agriculture of Technology. And this university, one of the co-organizers of this conference. And until my study in Japan, I was work for the Soil Analytical Center under the Ministry of Agriculture. And today's topic of my presentation is estimation of salt accumulated soil based on satellite image analysis in the Minbulak district of Uzbekistan. My supervisors is Professor Keisuke Katsura and Zafar Jabarov, the National University of Uzbekistan. So today we don't talk about soil salinity, we don't talk the remote sensing, because I hope you have a general background about soil salinity and remote sensing. Today we will talk how we can analyze soil salinity using the satellite data and the remote sensing tools. So I will start my presentation, the next page. May of you know about information already, but I will explain very briefly and very fast. The total land of the Uzbekistan, the 44.9 million hectare. We use more than 21 million hectare for agricultural activities. And the irrigated land in Uzbekistan, 4.2 million hectare. The main crop is cotton and wheat, but nowadays we are also planting some orchards and vegetable gardens instead of cotton production. And the climate is arid and semi-arid, and topography almost flat, but you can see and some mountain systems in Uzbekistan as well. The average monthly temperature is summertime is 27.2 Celsius, and winter time is -3 Celsius degrees. The main annual precipitation is 206.9 millimeters. The main soil problems in Uzbekistan is soil salinity. Of course, I already told we have an arid and semi-arid climate. We have very low precipitation, and of course the reason will be soil salinity. And also we have soil erosion problems and desertification problems. In this page, I want to talk about soil salinity problem in agricultural land of Uzbekistan. I already mentioned we have 4.2 million irrigated land, but recent research shows in our 50% our irrigated land already salinated various level. So nowadays in our government and other institutions, for the mapping and monitoring the soil salinization using the traditional method like field work, laboratory analysis, camera work, and mapping. Of course, this traditional method takes time, resource consuming, cost expensive, and workforce. So what we can do for we can analyze fast and cheaper method. So we can implement or utilize remote sensing techniques and satellite data for solving like that issues. I want to briefly introduce the possibility of using satellite data to address the issues. Mapping and monitoring of spatial and temporal changes in the soil salinity using remote sensing methods can be faster, cheaper, and more effective than traditional method. And of course, the satellite. Please switch off your microphone. Muhabbat opa telefoningizga tushib qo'ying mikrofonni.
Probably the host can ask the mute to turn.
Moderator o'chirib yuboring o'sha yerdan.
Probably host can hand. Okay. Sorry for this part.
Yeah, we are sorry for the like that. Okay, satellite data is free. We can download a lot of satellite data for free. For example, NASA and Sentinel data we can download every time for free. And of course, some programs, softwares is also free, like open source, like QuantumGIS or QGIS. And of course, this analyzing satellite data using the remote sensing has also drawbacks or some weaknesses, like satellite analysis or remote sensing analysis cannot analyze solidity or salinity, because we have a sodium and another cation or anion, but satellite image cannot differentiate or cannot distinguish the salinity type or salinity level. This is one of the drawbacks of the satellite image analysis. So until today, of course, in Uzbekistan, many researchers conduct research. Until today, we already read some papers, but they don't validate with soil trust data, their satellite data. And of course, they don't create any model, just they analyze the remote sensing and giving some results. And also, some researchers, it's only some few research scale is not large, like district or regional scales. And we also read a lot of papers, which is read Uzbek researchers. They don't use all indexes in the single research. Just they use 4 or 5 indexes, one research, but they didn't analyze all indexes, soil salinity indexes in the one single research. This is a research history of our topic. And what the research objectives or research goals? First, we want to implement fast and resource-saving methods for evaluation of soil salinization in Uzbekistan condition. For this, we analyze existing indexes and find the most optimal of them. Model development using selected indices through analysis and creating soil salinity map using the created model. This is research objectives. Please note, this research is ongoing. We're still learning the problems and still researching solutions. Let me move the research process. The research study area is located in the eastern part of Uzbekistan in Fergana Valley, Minbalak district. And you can see here some the information about the study area. The total land of the study area is 52,580 hectares. Irrigated land is 37,779 hectares. The annual participation is 300 to 400 millimeters, and soil type is anti-soil. The main crop is Minbalak district is cotton, wheat, rice. The Minbalak district, maybe you know, plays very important role in the region for producing agriculture products like cotton and wheat. So we can say Minbalak is like agricultural district of Uzbekistan. Yeah, you can see in this page the general process of the research, general stages. So in here you can see 5 stages of the research. So first stage is collecting soil samples from field and laboratory analysis. Second stage is obtaining satellite images for the preparation of remote sensing datasets and calculate reflection values and salinity indexes. And third stage, calculation of correlation between measured soil EC and remote sensing dataset. And next stage is testing of linear regression model. And finally, mapping the most successful model and examining the spatial distribution of soil salinity. I will briefly explain all stages of our research. You can see in this page the locations which soil samples, and here in the pages you can see Minbalak district map, and our soil samples is almost covered the region, district, and all samples consist of 76 samples, and we collect the soil samples during the 10th to 20 October 2019, and we collect samples top of layer 0 to 30 centimeter. Why top of layer? Because you know, in the dry season of Uzbekistan, the salinity accumulated top of layer. That's why we just take top of layer for the soil analysis. So here you can see the main stages of the methods of soil analysis and index calculation. How we did. First, soil analysis, we collect 76 samples and we dry it in room temperature. After that, we prepare some water suspension, like consists of 50 gram dried soil and 250 milliliter pure distilled water, and after that the soil suspension were allowed to incubate for the 23 hours prior to agitation with mechanical shaker for 1 hour. After agitation, we filtered and we reading were measured the EC using the Combi 3000 equipment which made in Germany. This is the process of the how we analyze EC. And so we move and the satellite data analysis part, index calculation. For the index calculation, we use Landsat image, Landsat 8 image data. May you know the Landsat image data is consists of 11 bands, but for the research, we only use 6 bands. The bands is blue, green, red, mirror, sphere 1, and sphere 2 bands of Landsat images have used for the index calculation. After downloading, we convert the digital number to top atmospheric for the using like this equation using the Argus 10.8 software. You know, when we download image from satellite, for example, NASA or Sentinel, the data will be digital number. We should, starting calculation, we should convert digital number to reflectance so that we use this equation to converse. After that, each point's reflectance collected in the sequence below tools in ArcGIS program, extraction pools. We collect all reflectance using these tools. And after that, we collect reflectance data and convert to CSV file to Excel file because we did our statistical analysis in the Excel program. Because Excel program is everywhere we can use, and this is open and everyone can easily and can use this program. So this is our salinity indexes which we are using in our research. The equation of these indexes are given in this table. You can see in your screen spectral bands of all images in index calculated from the bands very open in grid format and geographic information system GIS and overlapped with the coordinate of the soil AC sampling points. The reflection values of the salinity and indexes calculated with the bands of satellite images using the point database were extracted in ArcGIS software. And the remote sensing data set for only was processed for statistical analysis. You can see here 14 indexes which we used for analyze soil salinity in our research. We use all indexes, we calculate all indexes. So this is
3 minutes, okay?
Okay,
3 minutes.
Okay, I will do fast. This is our linear regression results, which the relationship between soil EC values and remote sensing dataset were analyzed with linear regression test. I don't explain each analysis, but I will explain some good results. Among the 14 indices, we found 2 good results, which salinity index 12 and normalization difference salinity indexes. The highest significant correlation in the correlation test was modulated by linear for salinity index 12 and NDCI according to higher value for sum of residual squares. R square value, you can see in this, your screen is yellow. Here is a R square value is higher than others. And also the lowest correlation were recorded at equation of consist salinity index 13 and salinity index 9, while the poor correlation value was obtained in the salinity index 1, salinity index 2, salinity index 4, and salinity index 7. So NDCI and the salinity index 12 had the highest correlation that we use it in the model. Using these two models, we created soil salinity map. As you can see your screen here, two maps, which is a getting model shows good correlation in our calculation results. So this is a conclusion. Normalization difference salinity index and salinity index 12 showed higher correlation results than other indices. And soil salinity index derived from visible bands are effective to map soil salinity in large scale. And also another possibility, we are using near infrared bands. This near infrared bands also stronger related to vegetation. So this is for findings our research, and until the our research, we just found two index can estimate or evaluate effectively soil salinity problems in Uzbekistan condition. We believe because we validate with trust data which collected in the soil sample data. So, but this is research also nowadays ongoing. This future challenges our research. First, we want to performing this study using Sentinel-2 image data, because we use it Landsat data, but we trying to analyze using the Sentinel data as well. Exploring relations in DVI and soil salinity on the vegetation period from March to October. And our first research, the soil sampled in October and the satellite data taken also in October, but we want to learn how to can analyze satellite data during the vegetation period like May or April or June. And also implementing machine learning technologies, current research. And the last one is evaluating satellite image the different times of the year to trying to find a more stable indicator for estimating soil salinity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Shafkat. Thank you very much for your passionate presentation. So with time so short, but I would like to take a few questions or comments from the audience. Is there any questions or comments from the audience?
I have a question.
Yes, please, Abdurrashid.
Mr. Shafkat Haldarov, thank you for a nice presentation. I want to know about who's the beneficiary of this satellite imaging method, farmers or policymakers? Could you explain more detail, please?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Of course, I already told in Uzbekistan, policymakers nowadays using the traditional method like takes too much time and too much money or and cost, or of course we need so many works. This research result of course works for decision makers. Of course, the farmers also can use, but one of the possibility of remote sensing can analyze large scale, not small scales. For example, clusters also can use in Uzbekistan condition like the technologies, but especially for this research result can work for decision makers or policy makers in Uzbekistan.
Thank you for answer.
Okay, so any other short questions or comments? From the conference room?
Please, can I give a question?
Yes, please ask him a very short questions. Okay.
Thank you for interesting presentation. I'm Kadirova Dilrabo, Tashkent State Agrarian University. We know that saline soils are divided into different
maybe some problems with internet.
sensing methods.
Could you repeat your question because we didn't hear your question?
Repeat?
Yes, please.
We know that saline soils are divided into different degrees of salinity and type of salinity. We can we will determine the degree of salinity type using with remote sensing?
Maybe you lost some pages of my presentation. I already mentioned in my presentation one of the drawbacks of soil satellite image or remote sensing technologies is cannot differentiate level of salinity and cannot distinguish or differentiate type of salinity. For example, a chlorium salinity or sodium salinity or sulfatium salinity cannot differentiate if we use remote sensing. But it's very good for getting general information about the salinity lands in large scale.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to know about which percentage reliability of these methods.
Sorry. Which?
Think about the reliability of your estimation model. Reliability.
Of course, this linear regression is the most reliable result because the linear regression is created using the AC value and the reflect. Two indexes is very reliable for can estimate or can assess the salinity problem in study area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I have questions.
okay, please, very short one, please.
I am professor of National University, Professor Gafurova. Thank you for very interesting presentations. And I have two questions. First of them, say me please about key problems of land salinization in this region Mimbula, the natural and anthropogenic. Second questions, tell us about interaction of regional climate change factors and soil index interaction and its dynamics for different years, last years, maybe 10, 20, 50 years ago and now. Thank you.
Ustoz, agar iloji bo'lsa o'zbekcha bersangiz ham yaxshi bo'lardi, inglizcha javob beraveraman. Ko'p tushunolmay qoldim.
O'zbekistonda o'zidagi gapirdiz, именно Minbuloda sho'rlangan tuproqlarni paydo bo'lish, atrofiyagen va tabiiy sharoitlar to'g'risida aytsangiz. Ikkinchisi, bizga aytsangiz, shu hududiy iqlim o'zgarishi bilan sho'rlanishi bog'liqligi, chunki sho'r bilasiz juda ham iqlimga bog'liq va tuproq indeksi bilan shu ko'rsatkichlar bog'liqligi ham shu hududda sho'rlanish dinamikasi yili bo'yicha balki 10 yil, 20 yil, 50 yil hozir ko'payyaptimi, kamayyaptimi shu.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. The question actually was the research background, especially in Mingbulak district, and also the monitoring of the last 10 or 20 years, how to change soil salinity, some climatic or anthropogenic influences. So my answer, of course, in Mingbulak district, you know, here is a groundwater is located top of layer very near, and we can find the groundwater after 2 meters. And also the groundwater is polluted a lot of anions and cations, and this is also one of the reason for the soil salinity. And of course, one of the big reason, we haven't any good practice for the irrigation. We're still using the flow irrigation in our agricultural sector, and we should implement another resource-saving irrigation systems like drip irrigation. This is one of the reasons for this become soil saline. And also climate impact soil salinity, like every year its temperature will be higher, and if temperature will higher, and of course precipitation also increase. When precipitation is increased, the salt accumulated top of layer. This is one of the problem. And your last question, I have not any information about the soil salinity problems during the 10-year or last 20 year. But of course, in our research, we are learning. Of course, there's we will do the monitoring last 20 or 10 years. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Regarding to this point, historical satellite data could also be obtained or download. So if he could develop a good model, we can study such a we can conduct such a kind of study to monitor the historical change of salinity. Okay, anyway, the time is coming, so I would like to finish his presentation. So thank you, Shofkat.
Thank you very much.
So let me move to the next presentation. Next presenter is Dr. Barno Saipoa from Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Mechanization Engineers. Are you here?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, so could you please share the slides?
Okay.
The title of her presentation is Application of Remote Sensing and the GIS Integration for Analyzing of Water Zone. A case study of Aidal Al-Nasei is complete. Yes, now we can see your slides. So,
okay.
Good. So now it's your time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Barno Saipova. I am a PhD student at Tianmin National Research University. My specialty is geoinformatics. Also we have other authors, Rozugula, Datsen Tianmin, and Juraiva, independent researcher, National University, and Altif, Professor Tianmin, National Research University. Okay, my research application of remote sensing and GIS integration for analyzing of water zone, a case study of the Aidal Al-Nasei Tuscon light system. So first, I want to introduce about land fund category in Uzbekistan. According to the Article 77 of the Land Code of the Republic of Uzbekistan, lands of the water fund, which is one of the categories of land resource mainly included lands occupied by water, for example, rivers, lakes, reservoirs, and also the lands of the lake is also part of the water fund lands. Surface water objects are dynamic because they contract, expand, or change their appearance or flow direction due to the influence of various natural and human factors. Changes in water objects have an important and other natural resource and the human factors as well as environment. Changes in the value of surface water usually have serious consequences, such as increase in the volume of surface water can lead of floods and decrease in them, can lead to degradation and salinization. Therefore, it is very important to effectively determine the process of therefore, it's very important to effectively determine the presence of surface water to determine its volume to observe the dynamic of change. This is our study area. The light system of Aydarkul-Arnasoy-Tuscon, which is the object of research, was originally pasture land and appeared in 1969 in the territory of Forest district of Jizak region, Nurota and Tamdu district of Nawai region, under the influence of anthropogenic factors. Previous study have researched the hydrological regime of Aydarkul-Arnasoy-Tuscon light system, changes in wind direction, and the flora and fauna of the water object. The change in the water objects was also analyzed based on remote sensing and GIS integration. However, this light system as a category of land fund has not been researched through remote sensing and GIS integration. Analyzing a soil condition around the light system has been not studied. This is our methods. First, we downloading data from the satellite platform for especially open data source, for example, Lancet, Sentinel, and other. Next step, we can do this atmospheric, radiometric, and geometric correction. Next, we must do mosaic data set, which is the study area, performing operation on bands, for example, analysis NDVI, so C analysis, NDCI analysis, and other. Option visual and available information, and after that we can create a mapping water fund land. We use this study a lot of formulas, for example, NDVI, MNDVI, NDCI, CI, and other. NDVI is widely applied in the study of the expansion or construction of water fund lands. Numerous scientific studies have been conducted to delineate floodplains, identify wetlands, and study groundwater to understand their movement. And normalize different water index analysis is an effective way to better understand water availability areas and visualize the boundary between land and water. Data option from the Landsat 4, 5, and 7 satellite. Green is listed in 2 bands, and Landsat 8 in 3rd band, and near infrared ray near in 5th band. This near view reflected in Landsat 8 in 5th band due to the presence of near infrared ray near in the formula. After the result scientific research, we use modified normalized different water index. This modified by hue has been proposed according to its green views listed above the reflected in the 7th band for short view of infrared sphere, Landsat 4, 5, 7, and 8. According to the monitoring results, the analysis NDVI achieved an accuracy 89.5%, while the study of the region on the basis of MNDVI recorded a result 83.6% result. The use of the MNDV water in the study, monitoring, and mapping of land has been proven to be more effective. This is NDVI and MNDVI value diagrams. Why this light system is drying? We analyze sorry. Why this we use other formulas, for example, C, NDC, VCC, SAVI analysis were carried on the basic sentinel image, because sentinel image is more high resolution than Landsat images. So we use Sentinel 2B images and perform it in order to analyze the condition of the areas in the return parts of light system. After that, we can see some high value salinization land and medium value salinization land, and also low salinization land. This is only value information. This is not quality or quantity result. So this is my conclusion. In conclusion, it can be summed up that the monitoring of the land of the water fund, which is an independent category of land fund, and the study of their condition is quite important for today. The reason is that the Republic of Uzbekistan is transboundary water consuming region with a low dry precipitation. In this regard, it is essential to monitor the status of the light system of Aydar Arnasoy Tuscan, which appeared in 1969 by remote sensing, and to create map of water fund land. The reason is that 1990 it was 203,000 hectares in 2000 it reached 300,000 hectares. This light system has 341,000 hectares in 2010. From this, we can see that the water fund lands have increased by 100,000 hectares compared to 1990. But by 2021, it constitute 303,000 hectares are reducing of 20 hectares in 1990. As can be seen, the water area is decreasing in the forest district of Tizak region. This warns of new environmental sectors as well as serious concerns about land ecology. The analysis presented in the article serves to take measures to ensure the implementation of the legislation adopted by our government on stabilization of life system of Aydar Arnasoy Tuscan. Problems such as efficient of land resource and their protection will also be partly resolved. So that's all. Thank you for your time and attention. if I have question, I'll answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Saipowa. So now questions and comments are open for the audience. Anything? Yes, please.
Если вы позволите, я вам задам на русском языке. Спасибо за ваш интересный доклад. У меня вопрос состоит в том, что меня слышно?
Yes, yes.
У меня вопрос такой. Вы при анализе водных ресурсов с докладами использовали несколько расчетов. Вот расчет соли, расчет кунлари. Который из них дал более достоверный результат? У меня вопрос состоит в этом.
Please repeat again your question because it's very lowly. I cannot hear you.
Извините, теперь поближе. Так, вы в своих расчетах использовали два индекса, индекс илмий и индекс соли. Именно вот водных ресурсов при анализе, которые из этих расчетов дал лучший результат. Что вы можете рекомендовать?
Okay. We will recommend it to use to create especially water-front land MNDVI because this give us very high result than NDVI. So we recommended this which to create waterfront land maps. We recommended use the MNDVI. This is very useful.
Okay, so any other questions or comments? Now we can take very short comments or questions. Nothing? Okay, so now it's the time. So thank you very much for your very good presentation, Ms. Saipowa. So
thank you
very much. So let me move to the next presentation. So the next presenter is Mr. Gulnora. Miss Gulnora Jarilova from National University of Uzbekistan. Can you hear me? Are you here?
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so please prepare for your presentation.
Позвольте поприветствовать всех участников.
Yes, now we can see your slides. So the title of her presentation is Modern Approaches to Identifying and Assessing Soil Degradation in the Mountainous Regions of Uzbekistan. So if you are ready, please start.
Позвольте поприветствовать всех участников международной конференции устойчивого управления земными ресурсами для разнообразия SERBEMA 2022. Доклад мой на тему современных подходов выявления и оценки деградации почв в горных регионах Узбекистана. Хочу начать с того, что горы Узбекистана занимают более 30% площади нашей республики и лежат в основном в пределах переходной полосы от мощных горных систем Памир-Алая к обширнейшим пустынно-равнинным пространствам Центральной Азии. И длина их находит от 40-50 до 80 километров. И в основном вот в этих регионах ведутся пастбищное животноводство, и он считается основной и очень древним видом использования земель в горах и предгорьях Узбекистана. Животноводство в горах республики является так как ведущей отраслью сельского хозяйства, которая обеспечивает население продуктами питания и перерабатывающим промышленным сырьем. На долю горной зоны, по статистике, примерно приходится 10% валовой продукции. И, однако, имеющийся на сегодняшний день мощный производственный и огромный природный потенциал пастбищ из-за ряда причин не обладает должной отдачей и имеет тенденцию к улучшению экологической обстановки в этой зоне. Это в первую очередь связано с деградацией растительного покрова, а также горных экосистем. В настоящее время более 70% площади высокогорных и среднегорных и более 90% площади низкогорных массивов пастбищ сильно перегружены. Поэтому на этих территориях, естественно, растительность сильно деградируется, что приводит к изменению растительного покрова. Ну, причиной этого является перевыпас скота, а также, исходя из этого, многообразие морфологических и физиологических изменений, нарушенная закономерность вступления физиологических фаз растительного покрова. Ну, бессистемный и чрезмерный выпас оголяет, уплотняет почву, то есть ускоряет процесс деградации, а именно в этих регионах водную эрозию. В результате исследований установлено, что наиболее уплотняющее влияние в нерегулируемый выпас скота оказывает на верхний 10-сантиметровый слой почвы. И он является к тому, что снижается фильтрация почвы до глубины до 30 сантиметров. Ну, деградация рыхлых покровов с выходом скального основания на поверхность массива наблюдается практически во всех горных регионах. И, естественно, большая часть горных пастбищ из-за этого страдает, и козел почти наполовину территории за 100 лет теряет свой. Для того, чтобы остановить этот процесс, нужно сотни лет. Ну, прежде чем начать свои результаты показывать, я хотела бы дать чуть информацию. Когда мы рассматривали этот вопрос, именно подходов, современных подходов в исследовании эрозионного процесса, мы посмотрели различных наукометрических методами, то есть используя запросы в интернете, здесь всем знаменитый смотрели поиск, сделали, насколько этот вопрос изучен. При эрозии почв при запросе увидели всего 0,12%. А когда сделали запрос именно по теме, то есть у нас современный подход заключается в применении интеграции с технологий, запросе при информационный анализ водной эрозии увидели всего 0,003% сделанных работ. Ну, прежде чем говорить и показывать результаты, надо сказать, что нам дает ГИС. Именно в нашей ситуации, в исследовании эрозионных процессов горных регионов. Анализировать природно-климатические условия с учетом региональных особенностей, определить диагностические показатели безопасности почв и на основе собранных материалов составления атрибутивных данных и создать информационный банк данных, который в конце концов нам прослужит для информационного анализа наших исследуемых территорий. В общем, это все дает интеграцию наших традиционных методов и современных подходов, то есть усовершенствовать традиционные методы картографирования эрозированных почв путем интеграции полевых исследований, путем дешифровки дистанционных материалов и применения различных программных обеспечений. Ну, объекты исследования — это две группы, очень большие горные хребты, которые отличаются климатическим условием. Это один из них Черкасский хребет, другой Туркестанский хребет. Ну, ИС нами был использован в качестве информационно-аналитического, то есть мы разработали автоматизированные справочные информационные системы, разработали базы данных, оценили в качестве эксперта почвоведа и дали статистическую результат. Ну, стратегия исследования заключалась в том, что основная работа всегда у нас начинается с подбора первичных материалов. И в основном это подбор дистанционных снимков, картографические данные, полевые исследования, замеры почвенных разрезов, отбор почвенных монолитов, а также анализ различных химических и физических основе этого автоматизировано применение, то есть различных программных обеспечений, переход к цифровому виду. То есть разработка базы данных, дешифрирование снимков и на основе разработки тематических карт. Ну, как вчера в докладе Игорь Юрьевич отметил, что местами можно моделировать метеорологические данные, мы также в своих исследованиях попробовали это. То есть дали обозначение двум зонам, что, учитывая климатические условия, учитывая осадки, так как обуславливающими факторами эрозии почвы являются рельеф, климат, растения и антропогенный фактор, мы здесь учли и разницу между двумя климатическими факторами двух горных хребтов. И оказалось, что основные осадки выпадали в основном весенний, осенний период. Следующим этапом работы было составление базы данных, которые были таким образом созданы, что мы могли вводить запись данных, редактировать, делать запрос, как обычно в базе данных, дальше импортировать этот лист. Ну, здесь я показала один из этих образцов наших таблиц, где указаны морфологические свойства почвы, и таких таблиц у нас более 20, и каждый из них между ними имеется взаимосвязь. Любой получатель информации может посмотреть и получить ту информацию, о которой ему интересно. Следующим этапом работы являлось создание банка тематических карт, которые были основаны на созданных атрибутивных данных, которые были по замерам почв, по анализам почв, и составлены карты распространения гумуса, карты распространения карбонатов поверхности почвы. Здесь надо учитывать тот фактор, что в эрозии, в водной эрозии, именно карбонаты и гумус коррелируют друг с другом, и во время процесса эрозии ощелачиваются карбонаты и происходят изменения почвенных анализов. Ну, следующим этапом работы была обработка дистанционных снимков. Мы взяли на несколько периодов за 1990-е годы, 2000-2016 год, чтобы сопоставить, насколько растение изменилось, и на основе этого также прогнозировать и даже оценивать эрозионный процесс. На основе дешифровки этих снимков были разработаны тематические карты. Здесь мы можем увидеть вот 3 периода, и за 2000 период, как вы видите, вот по центру вот эти карты, зеленого фона очень мало, значит, наблюдается разрежение растительного покрова, что происходит вот в этих периодах очень сильная эрозия. А в 2016 года уже и наблюдается восстановление, так как вот в этих периодах были проведены почвоохранные мероприятия, категоризованные мероприятия, такие как ресурслари и так далее. Следующим этапом работы у нас было составлено 2D и 3D цифровых моделей рельефа на основе обработки дистанционных снимков, на основе обработки данных из SERBEMA, для того, чтобы узнать высотный анализ, так как по горам, в горных регионах наблюдается закономерность распространения почвенных типов, подтипов. И здесь мы можем увидеть явно изменения, то есть сохранение этой закономерности и разницу между двумя горными хребтами. Следующим этапом работы являлась пространственно-морфометрическая характеристика рельефа, так как основные моменты – это экспозиции, крутизна склона. Чем круче склон в горах, тем южнее склон, тем интенсивнее должно проходить вот эти закономерности эрозии почв, то есть смыв почвы. На основе топографической и тематических карт, на основе дистанционных снимков были составлены различные морфометрического характера карты, крутизны, например, и экспозиции склона. На этой карте мы можем увидеть 2 3D-модели, как по экспозиции склона. Мы использовали формулировку Гудсонского, и, как мы видим, от севера к северо-востоку, северо-западу, юго-востоку, югу, у нас идет тенденция роста эрозии почвы. То есть сохраняется закономерно. Следующим этапом работы у нас было составление. Здесь мы можем увидеть разницу между двумя экспозициями. Например, мы взяли солнечную экспозицию, юго-запад, и северную экспозицию, теневые экспозиции. И во время полевых исследований удостоверились тому, что сохраняется закономерность между тем, что как визуально наблюдается растительность, зернение, корневая система, окраска почвы, она разная в теневых и солнечных экспозициях. Вот следующим этапом работы у нас было составление крутизны карт. И вот в этих территориях, используя опять-таки эти методы писательские, мы разработали эти карты и рассчитали средневзвешенную крутизну склона, используя эти все данные. У нас был расчет ИСА тоже имелось, крутизну склона, площади, и у нас был уже материал по средневзвешенности, то есть какие склоны больше всего распространены на нашей территории. Используя градации Миллера и Лучкова, Братовской, разработали свою градацию склонов по эрозии почвы, именно используя вот эти вот подходы цифровых моделей Герка. На основе традиционной формулы Федотова рассчитали смыв почвы в тоннах на территории района, где использовали данные площади склонов с выделенной градацией, коэффициент Федотова при уклоне и средний уклон выделенной градации. И дали примерные данные, насколько идет смыв, сколько тонн может произойти во время эрозии вот в этих склонах, то есть прогноз. Следующим этапом работы это районирование территории исследования по эрозионной опасности, по, опять-таки, коэффициенту эрозионной опасности Рачинского. Как вы видите, формула Федотова, Рачинский — это традиционные методы эрозии. Просто мы интегрировали современные подходы для того, чтобы рассчитать и посмотреть, насколько дает эти все методы эффект. И используя крутизну склона, механический состав почвы, экспозицию склона, и количество гумуса, количество карбонатов, далее следующий комплекс мероприятий рекомендовали. То есть первый комплекс у нас при коэффициенте до 1,8 у нас это рекомендовали силовой обыкновенный, что здесь необходимо ввести какие агротехнические мероприятия. Второй комплекс применялся при коэффициенте до 3,5. Здесь необходимо было применять красивые зоны севообороты и какие рекомендуются культуры. И третий комплекс также это сильно смытые склоны, и необходимо эти регионы заложивать. И четвертый комплекс применялся при коэффициенте более 3,5. Основной это склон северных экспозиций. Могли быть использоваться под пастбищем. И в конце у нас результатом, я хочу сказать, что из того, что мы собрали в материал, мы далее зонировали наши объекты исследования на несколько зон. Первая зона риска — это неэрозионоопасные земли, которые распространены водоразделы, и в основном это не совсем крутые склоны, и в основном это ровные поверхности. Вторая зона риска — это слабоэрозионоопасные земли, это в основном склоны северные и северо-западные, и далее соответствующие мероприятия, какие можно применять культуры, то есть и увлажнительные мероприятия требуют. И третья зона риска — средние эрозионоопасные зоны, в основном это зоны крутизной более 15-20%, и это сильно смытые, иногда бывает по климатическим условиям сильно смытые. И четвертая зона — сильная эрозионоопасная зона. Ну, в конце всего разработанных тематических карт мы внедрили в несколькие ведомственные организации. Это такие организации, как Комитет экологии, охрана окружающей среды, Комитет технологий минеральных ресурсов и комитет Госгосбюджета из Казахстана. На этом я хочу заключить свой доклад. Если какие-то будут вопросы.
Aynı zamanda tekizliği, havada rayonlarında seviyeyiz. Aldı rayonlar, aynısı canım yerliklerdeki yani yetişki, bunları bilgen, kendi zamanları teknolojilerine ait olarak sektörler.
Rahmat soalingiz uchun o'zbekcha javob beraman. Demak, aynan shu texnologiya, ya'ni kiyizlarni qo'llagan holda va masofaviy yerni masofaviy sozlash ma'lumotlarini qo'llagan holda qo'pol qilib ketgan insonda oyog'i yetib bormaydigan zonalarga ketayotgan degradatsiya jarayonlari uchun birlamchi ma'lumotlarni berish uchun turli xil ma'lumotlarga ega bo'lish uchun mana aynan shu kiyiz yer masofadan zo'nlash usullarini qo'llashni taklif etardim, lekin aniq javobga ega bo'lish uchun baribir ham an'anaviy usullardan foydalangan holda mana shu ma'lumotlar bazasiga ma'lumotlarni to'ldirib aniq biror bir yechimga ega bo'lish mumkin. Birlamchi tezdan usullardan biri shu yer masofadan zo'nlash ma'lumotlarni ishlash usullarini taklif qilish.
Okay. I'm sorry, I cannot speak Uzbek, so I cannot follow. But any questions or comments? Okay. So the time is up. So thank you, Ms. Jalilova. Thank you so much. So let me move to the next presentation, the final presentation during this session. The next presenter is Mr. Abdurrashid Kaimov. Are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, so please share your slides. Now I can clearly hear your voices.
Thank you.
And we can see your slides. So the title of his presentation is Comparative Study of Some Chemical and Physical Properties of Bagged Fruits of Pear Varieties, Forest Beauty and Williams. So if you are ready, please start.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes.
Assalomu alaikum. Assalomu alaikum. Hurmatli ustozlar, hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari. Good afternoon. The participants of the international conference of SERBEMA. The topic of my presentation is the comparative study of chemical and physical properties of packed fruits of pear varieties, Forest Beauty and Williams. My name is Abdurrashid Kaimov. I'm also a former student of National University of Uzbekistan. Now I am a second grade master student of Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. My supervisor is Professor Keisuke Katsura, and this presentation is contributed by G'afurov Jahongir Ahroljon O'g'li from the site of Scientific Research Institute of Horticulture and Viticulture, named after academician Mahmoud Murzaev, and the group of scientists from the site of Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. I will announce the presentation. Sorry. The pear is an important fruit crop in Uzbekistan. Several pear varieties are cultivated in Uzbekistan. Among them, Forest Beauty and Williams pears are valuable, with owning longer shelf life and well-appreciated flower. The sustainable development of agriculture in arid regions where plants survive under harsh conditions is becoming an important issue of the century. Thus, the implementation of innovative practices is required for the sustainable management of the agricultural resources and conservation of biodiversity. One of the innovative practices is the pre-harvest bagging of fruits. This is an environmentally friendly approach for improving the quality of fruit and protecting them from disease and pests in organic fruit production. Pre-harvest paper bagging has been practiced in order to overcome physical and oxidative stress that causes a reduced ascorbic acid content in fruits. Stress increases the activity of ascorbate oxidase, which increases the breakdown of ascorbic acid. High light intensity improves the accumulation of ascorbic acid in fruits. Fruits exposed to sunlight produce more ascorbic acid than the shady fruits from the same tree. Higher fruit acidity improves the stability of ascorbic acid. Fruits have higher titratable acidity when sun exposure is reduced by shade leaves. The firmness of some fruits contributes to the longevity of the fruit shelf life. Fruit bagging improved the firmness of the bagged fruits. Pre-harvest paper bagging reduces anthocyanin biosynthesis in the fruit peel. Few studies have been conducted on pre-harvest bagging of pear fruit. The effects of pre-harvest bagging on important biochemical and physical parameters of pear fruit is the climatic condition of Uzbekistan are poorly understood. The aim of the study was to see how pre-harvest paper bagging affects the ascorbic acid content, titratable acidity, and firmness of the fruit of Forest Beauty and Williams pear varieties in the climate condition of Uzbekistan. The double-layered paper bags of white, yellow, and black color were applied to pear fruits of Forest Beauty and Williams varieties 50 days after the full blossom. After harvest, the 4 sample categories are selected. A, control samples, fruits are not covered. B, white bagged samples, fruits are covered with double-layered white paper. C, yellow bagged samples, fruits are covered with the double-layered yellow paper. D, black bagged samples, fruits are covered with the double-layered black paper. After the harvest, the fruit samples were delivered to the laboratory and titratable acidity, ascorbic acid concentration, firmness were measured. The acidity rate was determined by using titrometric method. The high-performance liquid chromatographic method was used for determination of ascorbic acid content. The fruit firmness was assayed using nitrometer. Forest Beauty is late summer pear variety, while Williams pear is harvested in mid-autumn. When the pear fruits are covered with white, yellow, and black double-layered paper bags, light transmittance is reduced 78.8, 26.1, and 0% respectively. The identified values of ascorbic acid concentration of white, yellow, black, paper bag covered, and non-bagged fruit samples of Forest Beauty were 4.6, 4.2, and 5.1 milligram per 100 gram respectively. The highest ascorbic acid content was revealed in non-bagged fruits of Forest Beauty due to fruits could access maximal sunlight. But ascorbic acid content in fruits of Forest Beauty covered with yellow paper bag was the lowest due to reduction of sunlight. The titratable acidity of white, yellow, black paper bag covered and non-bagged fruit samples of Forest Beauty was equal to 0.17, 0.17, 0.20, and 0.28 gram per 100 milliliter respectively. The identified values of ascorbic acid concentration of white, yellow, black paper bag covered and non-bagged fruit samples of Williams were 4.9, 5.4, 5.6, 4.2 milligram per 100 gram respectively. The highest concentration of ascorbic acid was identified in fruits of Williams covered with black paper bag. The concentration of ascorbic acid in the non-bagged samples was the lowest. Nevertheless, fruit could access maximal sunlight. The titratable acidity of white, yellow, black, pepperback covered and non-bagged fruit samples of Williams was equal to 0.62, 0.72, 0.72, and 0.61 gram per 100 milliliter respectively. The relation between increase of titratable acidity and the reduction of light transmission degree of paperbacks was observed in Williams. In both pear varieties, the positive correlation between the ascorbic acid content and titratable acidity was observed. So it may be assumed the stability of ascorbic acid molecules is ensured in the acidic condition. The firmness of fruit peel covered with white, yellow, black, pepperback, and non-bagged samples of forest beauty was equal to 12.5, 9.5, 11, and 10.2 Newton respectively, while the firmness of the fruit flesh was equal to 5.6, 4.4, 5, and 4.6 Newton respectively. The values of peel firmness of white, yellow, black, pepperback covered with fruits and non-bagged samples of Williams were 14.5, 13.2, 19.7, and 15.2 Newton respectively, while the values of flesh firmness represented 6.6, 6, 9, and 6.9 Newton respectively. The highest degree of firmness was identified in the fruits of forest beauty covered with white pepperback and Williams covered with black pepperback. The lowest rate of firmness was revealed in fruits covered with yellow pepperback of both pear varieties. The formation of anthocyanin in the surface of fruit peel was observed in non-bagged fruits of pear varieties Forest Beauty and Williams. The fruits of both varieties covered with black pepperback acquired yellow color, while the other remaining samples had green color. The reduction of sunlight inhibited the chlorophyll activity in the peel of the fruit covered with black pepperback. The commercial appearance of the fruits was improved after the application of pre-harvest pepper bagging practice. According to the results, we can give a following conclusion. The application of different pepper bag types had both positive and negative effects on the ascorbic acid content in pear fruits. The highest concentration of ascorbic acid was found in the non-bagged fruits of the late summer variety Forest Beauty, while the highest values were observed in the mid-autumn variety Williams covered with black pepperback. The ascorbic acid content in the fruits of Forest Beauty covered with yellow and black pepperback was lower than other fruit samples due to reduction in sunlight. The application of pepperback led increase of titratable acidity in fruits of Williams, thus the stability of ascorbic acid molecules was raised. The reason of the variation in the values of chemical parameters between varieties is explained by the differentiated biological characteristic of the varieties. The exposure of different wavelengths of light affected the color formation and firmness of the pear fruit varieties. The chlorophylls of the fruit peel were inactivated once the fruits were covered with black pepperback, while the anthocyanin formation was observed only in non-bagged fruits. The application of white and black pepperback contribute to the highest firmness of the fruits of Forest Beauty and Williams pear, respectively. But the application of yellow pepperback reduced the firmness of the pear fruits. The chemical and physical properties of fruit of pear varieties Forest Beauty and Williams may be improved after the application of proper type of color bagging material. The application pre-harvest pepper bagging of fruits of climatic condition of Uzbekistan is a prospective agricultural practice for improvement of fruit quality. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Abdurrashid. So now the discussions are open. So
may I ask question? May I ask
yes,
question?
Dr. Fuji.
Yes, thank you very much for your very interesting results. And I have much interest for the difference between two cultivars for ascorbic acid. And what kind of reason for this? One cultivar increase, the other cultivar decrease. So what is your opinion or idea for some ascorbate oxidase or some kind of, what is your opinion for this reason?
For example, the Forest Beauty is a late summer variety, and Williams is a mid-autumn variety. This Forest Beauty is a soft one, and this Williams is a more harder one. This ascorbic acid is produced by the from the carbohydrates, right, glucose. If the glucose is accumulated enough, the production of synthesis of ascorbic acid increase. But some varieties requires much light for accumulation of more carbohydrate and ascorbic acid, and some varieties don't require so much light. So if is the example of Forest Beauty, we how to say inhibited how to say protects the sunlight, and accordingly the carbohydrates and ascorbic acid production decreased. But Williams, how to say, sorry, I was just I will show. For Forest Beauty, you see in the control sample the most highest value, because this variety requires much more sunlight. But the Williams doesn't require much sunlight for production of ascorbic acid. So if we cover with this fruits of Forest Beauty with pepper bag, it's naturally there is an decrease of ascorbic acid production, but we don't see this situation in the Williams. But also, if we protect the fruits, the conversion of organic acid to sugars is inhibited. So that's why fruits becomes more acidic pH. Acidic pH provides stability of ascorbic acid molecules. So those in Williams, due to more acidic pH in the fruits in the covered fruits, the concentration of ascorbic acid is higher. Here is a you can see in the acidic pH the higher concentration of ascorbic acid. And if the pH increases to alkaline condition, the ascorbic acid convert to ascorbate monoanion and ascorbate dianion. Do I explain properly?
Okay, thank you so much. Very interesting phenomena, very interesting results. If you can explain this phenomena, you can publish very good papers. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, so anything else from the conference room?
Thank you. We don't have any questions yet.
Okay, so nothing. Okay, so if no questions,
Coffee break time we have now in the timetable. 20 minutes.
Pardon?
We have in the time schedule, it's break time.
Yes. So now let's finish this presentation. So Abdurrashid, thank you very much. So now it's time for coffee break. So how can I do? Shortcut or... Anyway, please have a coffee break. So when the next session starts, where is the organizer?
The organizer is Laziza Gafuruna. She's in audience. After coffee break, she will start.
Anyway, thank you for all of your participation, and I really appreciate all the presenters. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gimnastikadan şovlanma şeyler 20 minutlik cümle tanımız.
あ、桂先生。桂先生。大変お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様でした。ちょっと待ってくださいね。お疲れ様です。すみません。藤井先生の発表の時ちょっと行けなくて。
いえいえ、大丈夫です。
授業で。
もうあとはスキップしても大丈夫でしょうかね。適当に。
大丈夫だと思います。はい。ありがとうございました。ご参加いただきまして。
なかなか面白い結果で、さっきの人は。
彼のね、いや、見てない、あそこまで見てなかったんです。確かに反応が変わって、なんであんなこと起こるんですかね。ちょっとわかんないです。
あれはね、あれは不思議ですね。あれ、統計処理はちゃんとできてますかね。
そのあたりもちょっと確認します。
そう。ちょっとね、あんまり聞いたら悪いと思ったんですけども、でも、ちゃんとトレンドがあるので、やっぱり傾向あると思います。なので、アシジティのとことアスコルビン酸のところもちゃんと相関してないような気もしたんですけども。
そうですよね。あそこもちょっと気になりました。
生物質もあるでしょうから、あと、そのアスコルビン酸、ビタミン C の合成に関する酵素、アスコルビン酸オキシダーゼとか、そういうのを測ったら、面白いんじゃないかなと思ったんですけども、いずれにしても、いいペーパー書けるような気がしました。なかなか優秀な学生いますね、ウズベキスタンの学生さん。なかなかしっかりした。
はい、非常に最近の学生は、はい、今年いる学生は優秀ですね、非常に助かります。
私、やっぱ左耳が全然聞こえなくて、やっと起き上がったんですけども、まだ歩くのがおぼつかなくて、なので、来週ぐらいに行けたら行きたいと思いますけども、よろしくお伝えください。
よろしくお願いします。
お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。失礼します。
ありがとうございます、先生。
Okay, thank you so much for your invitation.
ありがとうございます。
I have some problems in my ear.
No, everything is fine. Everything is fine. And also, yesterday my friends told you your presentation was excellent in audience.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's because of your invitation. And I found you are very rich in biodiversity for plants. Many beautiful plants.
Yes.
My image for Uzbekistan is a desert country.
No. They have different climate conditions.
Yeah, with soil, with salt. So, but a very good country with beautiful flowers.
Yes. And if you have a chance, if you have a time, of course, we will invite you in Uzbekistan. Of course, already some my colleagues from Uzbekistan invited you. They want to do some project with you.
Yeah. My method is very easy, very easy. Apparatus is also simple, but can get much result and easy to publish papers. Easy to publish many papers. So I'd like to collaborate, and it's also useful for my research, for my life work. And I guess it's no one ever screen allelopathic screening in your country. It will be the first screening. So with collaboration with botanists, plant scientists, we can collaborate.
Yesterday, if you remember, Kamiljan Tajibayev professor of Botanical Institute, presented some presentation. He also want to do some collaboration with you and the 280. He especially botanical professor.
Okay, please introduce me, and I would like to collaborate. And so, thank you so much for your invitation. Thank you so much. Okay, bye bye. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Kokovian. Maybe your microphone is mute. Oh, maybe he's leave. Thank you, Professor Katsura, for your support our conference.
Thank you so much, Shofkat.
Yeah, they all is will be happy because Japanese partners also support the conference.
Yes.
It was
Your
some
presentation was very good. Was very good. Very passionate. Together with.
I'm back, and sorry because with my dysfunction, but what I see, it was interesting, very interesting meeting and conference. Sorry, more or less because I'm a soil scientist, and for me, the relationship between the plants are a little bit far away from my duty, but it's very interesting, and I wish you luck.
Yeah. How is life in Europe? Is everything is good? I hope in your country.
But the life is good. I mean, you have no problem because Romania belongs to NATO and the European Union, so we are very okay. Of course, we are concerned about. I don't know in your country how would say it's a special operation or a war. I don't know, but we are. It's safe. You have no big worries about the war. Of course, the people are a little bit concerned. They are very stressed about what happened in Ukraine right now, but it's okay. It's not okay, but we hope the peace. We hope the war will stop very soon.
Yeah, we hope. Professor Katsura, your microphone is nice and good.
Yes.
Professor Horia from Hungary, and he is a soil taxonomist.
Oh, really? You're from Italy?
Romania.
Sorry.
Romania.
Sorry.
Actually,
I have a good relationship with the Japanese soil classification school. I mean, with Yuji Maejima. He's from Tsukuba.
Tsukuba University, or institute, research institute.
It's a research institute, yes, but he's a kind of leader of the soil classification in Japan. And also I had a very good relationship with Toshiaki Okura, but unfortunately he passed away 2 years ago because of a cancer.
Professor, I'm also in the same institute to Dr. Okura.
Do you know?
Yes.
No kanken.
No kanken. Yes, I'm also belongs to the Japanese Soil Society.
he was a fantastic friend for me.
Yes,
Fantastic,
yes.
fantastic.
I'm so sorry for his death. And
Yes.
I'm also belongs to the Japanese Soil Science Society.
And 3 years ago, I organized in the Romania WRB soil classification. I mean, in the world, we have two major soil classification taxonomy. I mean, WRB, I mean, referentials-based classification, and soil taxonomy, American classification. And Mr. Okura, he was very interested in WRB classification, soil classification. I mean, WRB is more European than American, but we try to enlarge. For example, 2 weeks ago, we organized, but unfortunately, I couldn't go in Mexico. It was a congress related to the soil classification in Mexico. Yeah, so WRB. And now I have a good relationship with the disciple of Professor of Dr. Okura. Now is Yuji Maejima from the same institute from Tsukuba.
Yes, I was in the same National Institute for Agro-Environmental Sciences in Tsukuba with Dr. Okura. So I know him very well, and I was in Philippines with him.
Yes, he was involved in many projects, especially in Asia. I mean, in the Philippines, in Thailand, and maybe he did some research in China.
Yeah. I'm so sorry for him, and I attended his funerals, and it was a very big funeral, and many people come.
I know. I received from some photos from his funeral. Otherwise, he invited me before he died. He invited me in Japan, but the health problem impeached him to organize a nice trip in Japan, and I say maybe next time, because after that it was the pandemic period. The COVID, and then now it's what happened in Ukraine.
Okay, next time if you have a chance to come to Japan, I will invite you. I will take you in Tsukuba for several places.
For sure.
And
I will invite you because it's decided, and my friend Yuji Maejima will be my guide. Also, we talk each other, and we say he's my brother, and he said about me that I'm his brother. It's very close relationship, very extremely close relationship.
And in Kyushu University, there is a Professor Hiradate, my colleague used to be, and he's also a soil scientist, Professor Dr. Hiradate, and he used to be my colleague, and he has interest to connect plant and soil. He's a soil taxonomist and also a plant scientist, so he would like to join.
And for me, it's a big happiness. What do you say? Because now I'm working for a big book. I mean, a kind of album. I mean, soils of the world through the photos. And I need some contact from Japan. I have some photos with from my friend. But if you want to send me their email, to their email address, to contact him, and I'll be extremely happy.
Yeah, I moved from National Institute to TUAT, Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, but I have some connection. I'm still staying in Tsukuba. So if you have some connection, if you'd like to have some connection, I will take manage, and I will ask. So please contact me if in case you'd like to know.
Yes, I will ask you your email address from Mr. Koldorov, and for sure we're going to change some emails. And also in my turn, I will be very happy to invite you in Romania, and also Professor Katsura. No problem.
Okay, thank you so much. It's very good chance. It's very good chance.
Romania is also a very agricultural country. Extremely. It's a kind of it's like in Ukraine. I mean, we have a very good soil.
Yeah.
And from Romania also is in the middle of Europe, very close to Germany, very close to Italy, Czech Republic, Hungary. You are right in the middle of Europe, Romania.
Okay, thank you so much.
Also, we have a very good school, agricultural school. It will be very interesting for you to be in touch with us, to contact us, and it will be my pleasure to be here. The same invitation I will send you to Mr. Koldorov, of course.
Okay, thank you so much. I very enjoy to talk to you. Sorry, Shobukat Koldorov-san, to interrupt your conversation. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay because this is conference for a platform which scientists can find each other's easily. So it's no problem.
Okay. Yeah, bye bye. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Okay, arigato gozaimasu.
Zafar aka mikrofonni yoqib yuboring. Zafar aka, sorry, I will call the one professor from the National University of Uzbekistan. This is Mr. Jabbarov, professor of the National University of Uzbekistan. Professor Horia.
Yeah.
Professor Horia, this Zafar Jabbarov, also soil scientist of the National University of Uzbekistan. He also has many schools and some researchers in his laboratory, and also he are interested in some soil taxonomy or soil classification.
Wow, it will be my pleasure to be with him in contact, and also to invite him, and maybe to create a kind of Erasmus++ to invite your students in Romania. It will be our pleasure, because I'm in good contact with the administration of the university, and why not? It will be our pleasure to.
If any chance, we can do some project with the National University of Uzbekistan or another stakeholders of Uzbekistan with you and with your university. It will be very good opportunity.
Now everything is possible, because we have many ways to communicate by email, it's not necessary to wait years and years or months to be in touch. So it's very easy. In 2 seconds, we can discuss everything. And of course, we are very open for every collaboration, and especially for me about soil science, to know more soil scientists. Now, for example, for this year, I planned to organize a conference, a field workshop entitled Forest Soils in the Carpathian Mountains. But I should postpone for the next year, because the territory, those mountains are very close to the Ukrainian border, and for more safety, it's safe. Romania, we have a lot of NATO army here in Romania, no problem. But who knows? And it's better to be safe, to avoid any problem. And I said I will postpone for the next year, and but I will extend you. I will extend you the open invitation for 1 week in Romania, and I think that you will enjoy this trip.
Thank you, Professor Hoyer. Thank you. Zafar aka,
And also
bu narsani siz gapirib qo'ying, tarjima qilib beraman. He want to say something. ishlayapti, gapiravering. Yaqinroq turib gapiring.
Albatta sizlarni shu kabi konferensiyalarda va boshqalarda hamkorlik bilan ishlashga doim tayyor bizlar kutib qolamiz.
He said, thank you for your joining today's conference, and the National University of Uzbekistan always ready to cooperation with your institution. And he told they always open for any cooperation in the soil science or another sector of the science with the Romanian institutions.
But it's not only about Romania, because when I say the European Union, we say Romania, we say France, we say Germany, we are a little bit the same country, a little bit, okay, more or less. But in this region, in Europe, in this region, European Union, I mean, we have a lot of exchanges, a lot. I mean, it's like a circuit, and it's for you, it will be a good opportunity, I mean, to be in contact with science in Europe, because maybe it's different than what are you doing in Uzbekistan, maybe, I don't know. But of course, I mean, the first step could be to organize or to engage a kind of Erasmus, an agreement.
Yes, of course.
An agreement, scientific agreement, because we must have something solid at the basics. I mean, to start.
Yeah.
We start from an agreement, and with that agreement, we can do everything. We have a lot of students, for example, in the agriculture university from Tajikistan.
Oh.
A lot.
Ovoz yaxshi kelmayapti.
Erasmus Mundus bo'yicha katta tajriba bor universitetda. 2020-yilgacha 12 oyda bajardik proyektlar. Shu Yevropaning 8 ta davlatida 60 ga yaqin magistrlar, bakalavriatlar, doktorantlar va stafflarni jo'natib tajribamiz bor va yana ishlashga biz taklif qilamiz.
Yeah, actually, in National University of Uzbekistan was some project, the name of Erasmus Mundus.
Yes.
And they implemented this project during the last 10 years. And so he has already some experience of working with the European countries, the European scientists. So they want to do some collaboration with the European institutions.
So, Kat, it's very easy. This afternoon, we can exchange the emails. We can, I mean, what I need for you is a kind of the agreement, the demands for agreement. It's very easy. 10 minutes to write.
Okay.
I'm a very practical guy. No, I'm not just to talk. No.
Yeah. One of the problem. So many the partners just only talk, and they only do in the page or some list, but we didn't see any practical measures until the day. So, of course, we want to also do some practical cooperation with
In
European.
Shokat, even in love, when you met a beautiful girl, you need to make the first step. I mean, an agreement, a discussion.
Okay.
Otherwise, just wait. The clock is ticking, and we waste time.
Yes. Okay. But maybe after the conference someday we will plan to do some kickoff meeting, do some starting some joint project.
We can organize a kind of discussion. I mean, a Zoom discussion on the Zoom, and we can plan many things because for example, in my city, we have also 4 big universities, not only for agriculture university, but to have also for other sciences, for physics, for philosophy, for everything. I mean, in Cluj, there is the biggest university in Romania concerning the number of the students. It's about 60,000 students.
Oh, a huge student.
So this city is very academic city. It's very academic city, and we are open also for our friends from Japan, from Mr. Katsura.
Yeah, we can do some joint project, Japan, some European countries, and Uzbekistan. I think it will be very, very unique project.
Shokat, what is important for me, I have organized many conferences, international, and even with the United Nations, maybe you saw on my Facebook. What is important is to create bridges. I mean, do not stay isolated. The isolation is not good. I mean, to be in contact, to discuss, and to produce together, to discuss together, to know each other. This is very important.
Yes.
And to be in contact. And
Yes.
You see, you have a different climate, different plants. We have here a different plant in Europe, different plant, a different soil in Japan. We have many opportunities.
Yes,
Many
of course.
opportunities. We have
Thank
also the very good laboratories in Japan, good laboratories in what is not necessary to waste time. Go.
Yeah.
Go
Do
for
something. No wait. Yeah.
Otherwise,
I
discussion, just photos on the Facebook, just put like, and okay. It's not a development. It's not an improvement.
Yes.
Just like, okay, I know I saw some photos from Uzbekistan. Okay, beautiful. But and then after that, what? Nothing. This is important.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Very practical. Maybe after this problem in Ukraine, after.
Okay, but
I will plan with my. I discussed it with some colleague to come in Uzbekistan and maybe to discuss about to introduce you. Maybe you know already. I know, but to introduce you to WRB soils classification. And for example, in June, this year, I will organize in the western part of Romania a meeting, a pedological, soils classification meeting with pedologists from Hungary, from Slovakia, from Czech Republic, and Slovenia, from central part of Europe. Every year we meet together and to discuss and to visit many countries. I mean, to visit, to sow a lot of soils. This is important.
Okay.
Otherwise, only from the photos or from the books, okay, it's not the same.
Okay, thank you. Maybe the audience want to start the second part of the conference today. Professor Katsura, maybe you will introduce next moderator, and after that, they will continue the second moderator.
So let's start the next session. So I would like to hand over my task to Dr. Laziza Goflova. Are you here?
Yes,
Are you
yes. Eliza Gafurova in here, in there.
In the conference room?
Just a moment.
Yeah, yes.
Translate.
Yeah.
We begin second section, and I'm moderator Gafurova from National University. First presentation today Бек Султан из Института имени Скрябина Киргизского аграрного национального университета. И тема доклада мониторинг земель и мониторинге дистанционного зондирования, то есть the role of remote sensing data in providing land monitoring information. Please, Tulip Bek Sultan, we invite you.
In Zoom from Kyrgyzstan to leave Bek Sultan. Are you joining us? Or we can go the next presenter? Maybe next and
next, пока что, да? From Bukhara Institute of Nature Research and Management Institute. Значит, çıkınca çiftçi gördük madalya onun yerelsi falan kıyım toplarını mekanik gibi değişli effect of the softener and chemical compounds on mechanical composition in different thermoregulative soils. Please, пожалуйста.
You can join us, Jorai Umit from Bukhara. From Zoom. Okay. No.
And about Kingiler Bayır adına belki Profesyonel Sigvagre Metodolojik İnstitütü'nden ustazımız Dayo Havzası'nın sorduğu otlak ve serazyon otlak tutaklarında no-organic fosfornik fraksiyası çıkçık musallıklar. Bakalım. Next presentation from National Institute of Soil Science and Agriculture. The theme of presentation: fraction of unorganic phosphorus in irrigated needle and middle needle soils of the basin in the Chirchik region of the Uzbekistan. Please, пожалуйста.
Устойчивое управление земельными ресурсами в определенной степени зависит от применения удобрений. Среди основных питательных элементов вопрос пополнения запасов отчуждаемого урожаем фосфора имеет очень большое значение, поскольку азотом пополнять запасы почвы мы можем через синтез, через биологический синтез атмосферного азота или кислого синтеза. В вопросе фосфора мы можем...
I will translate it a little bit into type. And for sustainable land management, sustainable management of soil with the chemical composition is phosphor is the main point, and for reproduction of the chemicals, phosphor, for example, in nitrogen is we can do this with the additional, but phosphor is a very complex element. That's why it's important for soil. And if we lost the soil, phosphor, it's hard to reproduce the soil in the soil for the element.
Проблема фосфора в земледелии является одним из глобальных, которая связана с ограничением продуктов растений и деградацией.
The main problem of the element of phosphor in using the land in the global, it is an unlimited productivity and degradation of soil. The actual problem with land use in Uzbekistan is a low level of the phosphor in soils in Uzbekistan.
Она является главной земледелием Узбекистана. Из-за низкой обеспеченности подвижным фосфором и низкой эффективности фосфора из минеральных удобрений. Эффективность составляет всего 18%.
And the main point is in chemical elements of phosphor is low, is fertile, and Uzbekistan soil is natural, is low, and also we have a low chemical compositions of the in the soil. It is less than 20% of our soil composition.
Поэтому изучение фосфатного состояния почвы в различных почвенно-климатических условиях республики влечет определенный вклад понимания взаимодействия фосфора с компонентами почвы, которые определяют природу различных форм фосфора, содержащихся в почве.
That's why the main study of the phosphor of the soil is mainly important for Uzbekistan and for naturally competent and also additional of the mineral resources.
Наши исследования проводились на начале луговых и зернолуговых почвах на среднем нижнем течении реки Керчи. Фракционный состав минеральных фосфатов почв определяли методом Чамбер-Джексона, модификации гизмоклевера.
In this article, we study in the Chirchir river basin in Tashkil region in Uzbekistan, and the composition of soil and how they did additional, and also how naturally we can remove of this phosphorus in the soil.
Изученные почвы по грануломагнетическому составу по классификации качества относятся к тяжелосумчатым. Содержание критической клетки дается в пределах 48-53%. Ниже по профилю почв содержание клеточной снижается.
When they study in the soil is granulometric position proportion and horizontal classification, Kaczynski, and heavy heavy clay element. Is the heavy clay element is 48 and 53% of the soil.
Общее содержание водорастворения соляет низкое. Почва не засоленная.
Composition of soil salinization is very low. It's less than 0.3%.
Содержание карбонатов колеблется в пределах 6-12% с постепенным увеличением вниз по профилю почвы.
And CO3 carbonate is 5.1 and 11%, and up to pH is 7 and 7.9.
Кислотность почвы, то есть pH щелочной, колеблется в пределах 7-8.
Yeah. And pH is very low, very low, and we can see that in the table next slide. Here, this is a chemical composition of the soil in this region, and it is from the upper river basin and to the lower river basin.
Общее содержание органического углерода и азота невелико.
The azote is very low in the soil.
Содержание общего фосфора относительно высокое, при этом содержание подвижного фосфора низкое. Очевидно, из-за высокой фиксации фосфора в карбонатных почвах, в карбонатных щелочных почвах.
Okay. The amount of mobile phosphate is very low, and the amount of carbonate is very high, highly carbonate. Yeah.
Следующая таблица. Где сбор метода отличается от метода Джанга Джексона при проведении назначенных ступенчатый анализ фракции фосфора.
And the second table was the comparing the two methods, Janga and
отличие от метода Джанга Джексона заключается в определении первой и второй фракции.
Jackson method was the first, eliminate for the first table of the slide.
Таблица приведения формул химические формулы экстрагентов.
And the chemical formulas was extracted.
Исследования показали, что минеральные фосфаты обращали глубоких и сероземно-глубоких почв, содержащих значительное количество карбонатов, представлены главным образом фосфатами кальция.
Results show us that phosphor in the irrigated areas with some soils is main point is phosphor calcium.
Выращивание глубоких почвах, их содержание на порядок выше, чем содержание фосфатов алюминия и железа.
In irrigated soils, composition in the phosphor is high and low level phosphor, aluminium, and железо twice.
Наибольшее содержание фосфатов кальция приходится на высокоосновные фосфаты кальция.
And main in phosphor calcium is from high level of the phosphate. Yeah.
Содержание разноосновных фосфатов, пахта, горизонтах, гидроморфных, орошаемых буквах, почек, колеблется в пределах 90-115 миллиграмм.
Amount of the phosphate calcium is in 92 and 110 14 micrograms per kilogram.
При этом наибольшее их количество 114 миллиграмм килограмм обнаружено в орошаемой букве и почках. Верхнечерчикского района.
And with the high level of the soil, medio is medio soil composition.
В этой почве содержание карбонатов значительно ниже, чем других. И относительно низкий показатель, относительно низкий показатель pH.
In this example is the composition of the phosphor is very low and pH is very high.
Такая же картина наблюдается и содержание рыхлосвязанных фосфатов, кальцием.
And the next composition is the phosphorus is a very pure composite of the calcium and phosphorus.
Содержание фосфатов обеих фракций значительно снижается от близкого прошлого.
And composition of the phosphor and soil and depends on the low level of the soil.
Урожайных почв содержание фосфатов железа и фосфатов алюминия несколько раз меньше, чем фосфатов кальция.
And composition of the soil of aluminum and also iron is very low than phosphor calcium.
Полугидроморфные орошаемые разноглубоковые почвы по содержанию различных фракций фосфатов незначительно отличаются от орошаемых почв.
And with the comparing with the other soils in this region is a very low differences.
Долго наблюдался тенденция некоторого снижения рыхлосвязанных фосфатов и разноосновных фосфатов.
The connection of between two of the combination is very low.
По результатам исследования мы следующие выводы.
Result the conclusion of our research.
Орошаемые буквы и сердцем буквы почвы среднего и нижнего течения этих частей Ташкентской области характеризуются наибольшим содержанием, небольшим содержанием органического вещества, высоким содержанием карбонатов и щелкой реакцией pH.
Okay, and this shows the results as this and lower middle part of the research area and the lower part of the research area is organic material is very high and also calcium organic is very high and the pH is normal.
Несмотря на относительно высокое содержание общего фосфора, содержание подвижного фосфора низкое, по-видимому, из-за высокой фиксации фосфора, карбонатами кальция и щелочной реакции.
If we see the results, the phosphor is very high, but the composition is the other elements, and pH is very
Минеральные фосфаты, орошаемые полковые и серозономоковые почвы, представлены главным образом фосфатами кальция.
And mineral composition of the phosphor is the main point is the phosphor calcium.
Наибольшее содержание фосфатов кальция приходится на долю высокоосновных фосфатов.
The main phosphor calcium composite with the high phosphor alcohol.
Содержание разноосновных фосфатов значительно меньше высокоосновных. При этом их содержание несколько раз превышает содержание рыхлосвязанных фосфатов.
The composition of the calcium phosphor is very high, but in the composition of the weak collected phosphorus.
Совершаемых углевых серозономоковых почвах содержание фосфатов железа и фосфатов алюминия несколько раз меньше, чем фосфатов кальция, что характерно для карбонатных почв щелочной реакции.
Because of the pH, the medium is phosphor with the iron and ferric, and also aluminum is very low. Okay, that's all. And if you have any questions, then you can join us.
Комментарий, Știu că заклади максимум, це те, що чим фосфор, саме фіксовано, такі алітні, такі карбонати відклади, чи школі відклади, тільки тому, що нічого тобто не діяв фосфорову цілості, узляшся все, тобто фігримо польський, чи узляшся разом з землі. Що нічого стазимось, тоді, якщо до зараз школи поряда, Vernice tutto biologica, quindi una sabablar meccanismo non riesce perché controlla. Non c'è che però solo il comitato cosa fa. Professor Jalil.
Скажу на русском. Значит, вот если простыми словами сказать, какая проблема фосфора существует в сельском хозяйстве республики. Во-первых, это очень низкое содержание поддержки фосфора в почвах. И очень низкий коэффициент использования фосфора. Скажем, если азотная калия, коэффициент использования этих удобрений где-то в районе 40-45%, а использование фосфора 15-20%. То есть из каждого 100 килограммов фосфора растение усваивает 10-15 килограммов. Наибольшее это 20 килограммов. Остальное, значит, 98-90 килограммов остается в почве. процесс фиксации. Эта фиксация в первую очередь осуществляется почвенно-расходными, значит, оксидами железа и алюминия. Тут же вступает в реакцию фосфаты кальция. Это вот первый этап. В дальнейшем идет усложнение, превращение фосфора до, значит, присоединения его к минеральным почвам. Поэтому вот это вот, значит, ступенчатый определение фосфатов почвы различных фракций. Первая фракция что? Это в основном, мы сказали, это рефлексуальный фосфат. Это фосфат в основном водорастворенный фосфат, который существует в почвенном растворе. Далее, вторая фракция. Я сказал, разноосновные фосфаты. Ближе к, скажем, подвижным фосфором определяемым по методу мочегиноеоса. Дальше третья, четвертая фракция, это связанные с алюминием и железом. А пятая фракция, это уже фосфор, связанный с вторичными и первичными белками. Поэтому изменение содержания этих фракций будет показывать направленность процесса. Мобилизация как идет, или же укрепление. То есть растение получает фосфор и другие питательные элементы под почвенный раствор. Тут же идет процесс, значит, адсорбции, тут же идет процесс обратной десорбции, тут же идет процесс, значит, поглощения и мобилизации минеральных элементов. Обратный процесс. Вот результаты этих процессов накапливается больше в растворе фосфор, который расщепляется. Изучение вот этого фракции дает нам представление, каким образом это процесс.
Professor Jabilova asked about mobilized and unmobilized phosphorus in the middle and series and middle soils. Thank you very much. Я высылала bağırma. Hazır iqtidorli degan chiqsimiz. Keyingi mavzuimiz kelgan bo'lsa, Nuriddin Samatov, fosfat tahlil davlat mehnat korxonasidan bormidi? Marhamat, so'z sizga. Next speaker of our Karman переводчика. Значит, нет, Nuriddin Samatov, theme of his speech, characteristics of soils of Furkat district of Virginia region and their quality indicators. Please.
Thank you. First of all, on behalf of Soil Composition and Repository Quality Analysis Center and the Ministry of Agriculture, I express my sincere gratitude to all. Our organization carry out various surveys on agricultural lands on the Republican scale. As co-organizer of this conference, we are so glad to be part of this massive event, which is dedicated and held on the occasion of World Earth Day on 22nd of April. As far as this event is directly connected to our activity and sustainable management of earth resources, we are going to bring to your attention one of our recent studies in Fergana region, Furkat district. So the topic of our research is analytical study of soil properties and the quality indicators of Furkat district, Fergana region. So the research points out the main results of the study of irrigated soils of the Fergana region, Furkat district, and provides new data on the properties of soil studied and the qualitative assessments. Nowadays, systematic work is being carried out in all spheres of agriculture, including the efficient and rational use of land resources, maintaining and increasing the productivity, quality, and environmentally friendly agriculture products and high yields. Next one, please. As you can see on the map, the experimental area is the territorial footprint district of the Ghana region, bordering on the south and east with Uzbekistan district, on the north with Dangara district, and the Republic of Tajikistan, and the west with Nijar district. As you can see, the research area is superposed to the neighboring country. Materials and methods. So the materials, field, camera, and hydrographic works were carried out on the basis of methods developed by the former Cadastral Committee and the Scientific Research Institute of Soil Science and Agrochemistry. Chemical analysis was carried out on the basis of generally accepted methods. So in laboratory analysis, taken samples was analyzed in a laboratory with international ISO certification, aqueous observation, RH environment, gold standard. The amount of humus is based on the interstate standard GOS. The mechanical and granulometric composition of the soil was determined on the basis of the state standard standard. The laboratory chemical analysis was performed at the laboratory of soil composition and the President Water Analysis Center. In briefly, approximately staging to the enterprise, which has an international ISO certificate. So the results, according to the results, in the context of intensive farming, there is an increase in arable lands, an increase in the area of cultivated soils, crop rotation, improved water supply, increased attention to the use of organic fertilizers, and an increase in cotton and grain yields in some areas. In the soil profile, the carbonates are uniformly distributed depending on the mechanical composition. Their oscillation is around 7 to 10%. The soil distributed on the terraces of the riverbed are subject to salinization in connection with the hydrogeological condition of the area and desert climate. All the soils here are weak, moderately, sometimes strongly saline. In addition, different levels of gypsum soils are prevalent in the area. Newly irrigated grassland, alluvial soils, soil driver cone propagation is common in marginal areas adjacent to the old alluvial plains and is characterized by a light mechanical composition. So, soil of agricultural crops, indicators of productivity, and the value of 1 point, as you can see on this bar graph. So, in the public average, highest productivity shaders of cotton string as follows. In the cotton, we can see it's for about 40 centers per hectare in cotton, and in wheat is 60 centers per hectares. So for barley is 75 centers per hectare. Flour, multi-seasonal flour, we can see 200 centers per hectare. Corn for sowing, as you can see, 80 centers per hectare, and cereal crops in the pure form, we can see 60 centers per hectare. And the cereal crops in covered form, we can see 25. Corn for livestock, you can see 650 centimeters per hectare. Nutritious plants and roots, you can see 950 centimeters per hectare. And animal plants, you can see 300 centimeters per hectare. So the planter farm implementation, you can see 250 centimeters per hectare, and in potato it's 125 centimeters per hectare. In vegetable shares, it's 350 centimeters per hectare. So this is the forest cadastral group demonstrated on this bar graph as 6,490.3 hectares of land with a rating score of qualitative scores of from 61 to 80. In percentage, it's going to be 38.5% of irrigated agricultural lands. The fertility of these lands is good and has multiple character factors. And according to our study, we have created electronic map based on the data obtained in the study area. So converting all the data, it's concluded that soil leaching is an important measure to improve soil reclamation. In this regard, the leaching of the soil sound by pumping the checks obtained in well-leveled areas before carrying out this activity, the operation, cleaning, washing of all existing collector drainage networks, taking into account the salinity of the soil, mechanical composition, water permeability, soil leaching standards, the definition is important. Secondly, the most optimal reclamation regime is the replacement of the hydromorphic water regime with the semi-hydromorphic water regime in the main areas due to the technical failures of the existing collector drainage networks and vertical wells and very low efficiency. The third one is improving the reclamation of gypsum soils in the district and increasing their productivity requires a set of special measures. In such heavily reclamated soils, deeply ploughing of the soil, high quality saline washing with the addition of organic fertilizers give good results. This is the cuttings from the study area for the sun massive. Thank you for your attention.
Презентацию изучен. Я ушел в информацию, где у нас внутри здесь. Кем совали его, как совали профессор Абдрахман Нович.
The question was from Professor Abdrahmanov. In this study area, which factors is the main effective for the soil productivity and quality?
Asosan shu gipslashganligi va toshlashganligi sifat ko'rsatishadi.
Yeah, the answer was the main is efficiency is The gypsum is more in the soil, and also the salinity, and the rocks is also more. And any additional points? And the question was in which how much is the high level the productivity or the efficiency soils in the percentage in this region? And answer. You can answer.
Hozir 44 gektar yerlar eng yuqori bandliklarga bo'lgan yerlarni oldik. 81
in the 44 hectares is in this region is very qualified lands.
Yana savollar bormi? Demak, Nuriddinjon, ishlarni davom ettiramiz. Ustoz aytgan maslahatlarni yana ham chuqur o'rganib, keyingi ma'ruzalarni inobatga olamiz. Lekin yosh olimlarning boshqa gap ishlari judayam dolzarb mavzuga bag'ishlangan. Rahmat. Keyingi davlat ma'ruzachimizni doktor mуносабати, doktor biologiya fanlari doktori Munisa Saidova, Toshkent davlat agrar universiteti. Next speech for Munisa Saidova, she is from Tashkent State Agrarian University. Theme of speech or the characterizable state of soils of basic pasture in terms of humus and nutrients on the basis of GIS. Please. Marhamat. Mikrofon bormi? Marhamat.
Avvalambor, assalomu alaykum barchamizga. Tabiiy o'tirganlar bavoyat qilsam.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for such an opportunity to join such a SERBEMA conference. And today's topic that's characterizing for the state of the soil of the desert pasture in the term of humus and nutrients on the base of the geochromatic systems.
Barchamizga ma'lumki, dunyoda qo'ygan va unumdorlik jihatdan past bo'lgan tuproqlarni ekologik holatini yaxshilash, ularning unumdorligini oshirish bo'yicha ustuvor yo'nalishlardagi tadqiqot ishlari olib borilmoqda. Bu kabi degradatsiyaga uchrayotgan asosiy qismi cho'l yaylov hududlariga to'g'ri keladi.
We all know that nowadays degradation of soil is very important, and a lot of researchers they studying such researches in degradation, and also main degradation area is located in the desert area, and especially in Uzbekistan also main degradation areas is in the soil desert area in Uzbekistan.
Shu bois cho'l yaylovlaridan foydalanish samaradorligini oshirish, tuproqlarni muhofaza qilish va ularni oldini olishga qaratilgan ilmiy asoslangan tadbirlarni ishlab chiqish
Today's main point of the protecting the soil from degradation, and especially in desert area, is very important, and that's why we choose this topic and nowadays working on it.
Respublikamizda yaylov va chorvalar maydoni 1000 gektar bo'lib, ya'ni respublikamiz umumiy maydonining 7%ni tashkil qiladi.
Nowadays in Uzbekistan is desert pasture is 21 million kilometers square, and the 21% of the Uzbekistan areas is such a desert pastures.
Yaylov va chorvalar chorvachilikni rivojlantirish uchun asosiy ozuqa bazasi hisoblanib, aholining go'sht, sut va ter kabi chorvachilik mahsulotlariga bo'lgan ehtiyojini qondirishda muhim tabiiy manba hisoblanadi.
The desert pasture is very important in Uzbekistan economy, especially for household and other areas.
So'nggi yillarda kuzatilayotgan iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatlari aholi hayvonlarning soni va o'sib borayotgan sharoitda yaylovdan foydalanish jarayonlarining tartibga solinmaganligi, shuningdek yangicha sharoitda chorvachilik va boshqa aniqlangan ta'sirlar oqibatida yaylovlarning oziq-ovqat o'simliklari turlari kamayishi va oziq hajmi yo'qolishi
And the last century is with the problem with the climate change and other anthropogenic factors is because of this, and pastures is disappearing, and also there has a very few level of the productivity of this areas.
Ma'lumotlarga ko'ra, respublikamiz hududida mavjud yaylov maydonlarining 78% degradatsiyaga uchragan. Bunday paytda yaylovlar degradatsiyasini keltirib chiqaruvchi kabi muammolar sohani jadal rivojlanishga jiddiy to'sqinlik qilayotganini e'tirof etish kerak.
Today's statistics show us that 78% of the pasture area is degraded, and mostly in this region.
Shu borada, ya'ni bir nechta muammolarni ko'rsatib ketishimiz foiz, ya'ni yaylov tuproqlarini holatini salbiy ko'rsatgan, yaylov va chorvalarning mahsulotlarining pasayishi sabablarini quyidagilarga sanab o'tishimiz mumkin, ya'ni iqlim o'zgarishi, aholi ixtiyoridagi chorva mollari sonining o'sib borishi, yaylov va chorvalardan noratsional foydalanish va foydalanish jarayonlarining tartibga solinmaganligi.
Yeah, in this study, we can show the key point of the problem. For example, first of all, is the climate change, and second of all, the rational using the pastures, and also the different methods of the household.
Shuningdek, yaylov va chorvalardagi oziq-ovqat o'simlik turlarining kamayib qolishi, ularning o'rniga oziq-ovqat bo'lmagan o'simliklarning ko'payishi, yaylovlarda restoratsiyalar bilan amalga oshiruvchilarning xususligi va shunga o'xshash harakat holatlarini keltirish mumkin.
Second of all, is that also in the desert pastures is changing of the structure.
Bularning barchasi yaylov va chorvalar maydonlarida degradatsiyani keltirib
That's all the key point of the degradation of the soil textures.
Yuqoridagi keltirib o'tilgan muammolardan kelib chiqib, biz standartlarimiz davomida shunday hududlarda tarqalgan tuproqlarni holatini yaxshilashlarni, saqlab qolish, tiklashga qaratilgan chora-tadbirlarni ishlab chiqish maqsadida quyidagi tadbirlarni rejalashtirganmiz.
This research, we to protect the degradation of the soil of the area and to evaluate the soil, we did several key points of this. Yeah. At this point, we did several methods used to protect the degradation of the soil. First of all, it's a study of the phenolic review, and also with the we did and study of the flora of this area, and also with the low level of the salinity soils, and also low level of water in this area. Plot of the study was such a degradation soil pasture area in Navajo region, and also from two side of the Navajo region is one of the is the Nolata and street, and second of the column of the street. In this study plot, we used several of the plant seeds. We seed the seeds, and we produced in this region, and also we studied how the development of it and how the effect of the soil in this plants. And we also analyze the soil after the seeding and before the seeding, and how this changes during this period. So we find that the seeding program had the rest of and also we use geoinformatics technology for monitoring and for view how our research is getting on, and also to understand how in the large area, how the plants is moving or growing in this area. And for using the geoinformatics we use for modeling is how is this plants affect for humus in this area, and also we create an electronic map for the study and monitoring this area and to compare it with the seasons. So the others were last year and this year or next year, and how it's changed. Humus is the main component of the soil. That's why productivity soil and other effective of soil is the depends of humus. Results show us that humus of this region, cause of region, but this is different. For example, in Nuraka region is humus in the soil is 1.5%. In Kanamak region is 0.4 up to 1%. And also depending on the humus is also depending on the plant and differences in others. In this area, we study nutrient is very low. That's why that shows us that in this area nutrient is low, and also plants is also very few. That's why the nutrient is depends on plant. Analysis of the soil show us that nutrient and also humus is very low in this area, but in the phosphor is very middle of the stage, middle stage. And results also show us that sandy soils is study of the sandy soils and modeling of the sandy soils using the geoinformatics and combinating of the plants very important. That's why we recommend when we modeling using the geoinformatics technology. In the results of our research show us in the recommendation we will use in the modeling. Such fertility is reproductive. Pasture is very low, yeah? So very high. Thank you for your attention.
Сегодня мы с Ахмадием qiziqarli mavzuda ish qilingan dolzarb yaylovlarimizni juda katta qismi degradatsiyaga uchragan cho'l yaylovda do'stlik keltiryapti. Navoiy viloyatini hududlari misolida ish olib borilgan. Marhamat, savollar bo'lsa, yo'q mulohaza. If you have questions or comments, please. Savollar bo'lmasa, ma'muriy sohanga hammamiz nomimizda minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Ishlaringizga omad tilaymiz. Rahmat sizga. Endi manimcha tugadi. Oldi ikkitasi kelmadi. Demak, biz ikkinchi seksiyamizni hamma mavjud ma'ruzachilar chiroyli ma'ruzalar qilishdi. Bu ma'ruzada yana tuproq unumdorligini oshirishda, degradatsiyaga uchragan tuproqlarni unumdorligini tiklash, saqlash va oshirishda olib borilgan ilmiy tadqiqotlar natijalari keltirilgan. Judayam dolzarb bo'lgan haligacha fosfor to'g'risida yaxshi ma'lumotlar oldik. Tuproqshunoslik va agrokimyo instituti tomonidan ko'plari ilmiy tadqiqotlar olib boriladi. Shu jumladan O'zbekistonimiz uchun nihoyatda zarur bo'lgan ham tuproqni unumdorligini tiklash, ham hosilni miqdori va sifati va ishlab chiqarishga yordam beruvchi shu fosfor, haligacha fosfor to'g'risida yangi ma'lumotlar keltirildi. Undan tashqari biz yaxshi ma'ruza eshitdik, faqat vaqtli darslar bo'lgan ertalab qildilar. Bu professor Mayzer Mixailovich. Nihoyatda yaxshi hamkorimizlar, ular har xil turda yer foydalanishning organik moddani sifati va miqdoriga ta'sirini gapirib berdilar. O'ta ko'p yillik bilasizlar, tajriba bor, 100 yildan oshgan tajriba, uni misoli va boshqa misollarni keltirdilar. Demak, bu ham juda qiziqarli ma'lumotlar. Chunki hozirgi kunda kam uglerodli qishloq xo'jaligi judayam dolzarb masala hisoblanadi va carbon sequestration deydi, shu uglerodni maksimal miqdorda saqlab qolib, bu ham iqlim o'zgarishi bilan bog'liq, ham tuproqni unumdorligi bilan ham bog'liq. Shunga bag'ishlangan ma'ruza qildilar. Undan tashqari yosh olimimiz Nuriddinjon shu tuproqni sifat bahosi, uni tuproqni hosillarini olgan holda tadqiqotni endi boshlaganlar. Hali uni davom ettiradilar, ustozlardan maslahat olib. Demak, bu ham o'z Farg'ona viloyatida oxirgi paytda yaxshi ishlar ko'payib qoldi. Ancha paytgacha yaxshi tadqiqotlar bo'lmagan, ishlaringiz salomatga deyman. Minnatdorchilik bildiraman va nihoyat munisabati ishlari o'z ko'p qirrali bilamiz. Orolbo'yida ham cho'l, yaylov, ham sug'oriladigan yerlarda judayam yaxshi tadqiqotlar olib borganlar. Bugun biz Navoiy viloyati misolidagi hududlar misolida yaylov tuproqlarni holati, hosillari, degradatsiyaga uchraganligi, nega bunaqa unumdorligi pastligi, uni kollektiv bog'liqliklari hammasini zamonaviy kompyuter tizim yordamida tahlil qilib berdilar. Bu judayam katta ish, ishlaringizga omad tilayman. Demak, qolgan ma'ruzachilarni ma'ruzasi hammasi maqola chop etilyapti. demak biz uni ham o'qish imkoniyatiga ega bo'lamiz. Shuning uchun bu seksiyamizda qatnashgan barcha ma'ruzachilarimiz ham uni muhokamada ishtirok etgan olimlarimiz va qatnashuvchilarimiz mana oxiri qarang zal to'la ikkinchi kun ko'p joyda yarim kundan keyin hech kim qolmaydi. Mana ma'ruzaga mazmunli bo'lyapti, qiziqarli bo'lyapti. Shuning uchun yana bir bor shu tashkil qilgan faol mana shu borman, lekin mandan faol bo'lganlar hammasiga minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Ko'p taklifim bor, hali degan taklifim shu SERBEMAni balki an'anaviy qilib har 2 yilda bir marta shu o'tkazadigan qilib, bu birinchisi bo'lsa-da, balkim shunaqa hisobimiz kengaytirib, xalqaro hamkorlarni kengaytirib yanada ham shunaqa tadbirlar balkim qaysi davlatlarga chiqib ham o'tkazish mumkin bo'ladi. Shunaqa yaxshi tashkil qilinsa yaxshi bo'lardi. Rahmat.
Endi ruxsat bersangiz o'tirib gapiraversaman, maylimi? Mana 2 kun davomida bir 6-7 oy oldin o'rtaga tashlangan bu konferensiya mana 2 kun davomida o'ta mazmunli o'tkazdik. 20 dan ziyod davlatlardan qatnashdi. Mana 45 ta odam masofadan turib ishtirok etdi. O'zi bor. Albatta mehmonga borish osonroq, tayyorlanib borasiz. Lekin mehmonni kutib olib o'tkazish o'ta og'ir. Bu hayotda bo'ladi, mahallada bo'ladi, tashkilotda bo'ladi. Shunda bu konferensiyada ikkita odamni yo tashkilotni ishlamas. Bu ko'p kishilik. Shuning uchun man shuni lozim topdimki, bu konferensiyani o'tkazishda faol ishtirok etgan tashkilotlar. Bu Tokio qishloq xo'jaligi universiteti.
Now we want our grateful thanks to our organizations. Firstly is the Tokyo Agricultural University in Japan. Thank you for cooperation, and we will hope next year we will cooperate again in the SERBEMA conferences, and also we want to continue the cooperation with others also.
Zagreb University.
And also at Zagreb University, thank you for cooperation. And Profsat Tashkil State Unity Company in Uzbekistan.
Before the company, Uzbekistan.
Before the company, which is supporting our conference with the materials and with the finance. Tashkent State Agro University and also National University of Pakistan.
Alohida man aytishlar bir marta emas, ko'p marta. Mana shu g'oyani o'rtaga surgan O'zbekiston Milliy universiteti biologiya fakultetini bitiruvchisi va bugun ma'ruzalarni ham eshitishlar Shavkat Xalqaro. Bu yigit o'ta iqtidorli va shu bir qator xorijiy davlatlar o'rtasida hamkorlik ko'plik sifatida bizga xizmat. Va shu birinchi kunini ochiq ayta olamanki, bu g'oya o'rtaga tashlaganda shuni yuzaga chiqara olamiz degan savol ana juda ko'p bezovta. Mana ko'pchilik bilan va shu yigitlarni, yoshlarni faol ishtirok etishda ajoyib konferensiyani o'tkazdik. Lekin bugungi konferensiyada bir qaror biz tayyorlamayapmiz. Lekin tegishli ma'ruzalardan kelib chiqib hujjat tayyorlab, tegishli tashkilotlarga biz yuqoriga chiqamiz. Bu haqda biz rektor bilan kelishamiz. Endi shu bilan birgalikda 2 kun konferensiya davomida shu konferensiyaga raislik qilgan va moderatorlik qilgan bir qator olimlardan aytib o'tishni lozim topdim. Bu O'zbekiston Milliy universitetining biologiya fakultetini professori
Okay, I wanted our organization thankful for the moderator for conference. Is the first it was a Comparativa, a National University in Uzbekistan, and Sikhi Kasura is a Tokyo Agro University, State University.
Maria Romic.
Maria Romic. Raisa Gapurova from National University. Our thanks from National University organizator and also our personal thanks from our rector.
Tashkilotlar, oliy o'quv yurtlari va bu ma'ruza bilan qatnashgan olimlarga universitetning rektori tomonidan diplom va sertifikatlar berilgan. Albatta bularning ko'pchiligi hozir bu yerda ishtirok etolmaydi, ololmaydi. Jumladan xorijiy davlatdan ishtirok etganlarning ayrimlarini faqat aytib o'tmoqchiman. Maria Romic,
and we want to give you our certificate of participation and presentation to the Maria Romic,
Igor Savin, Piotr
Sapochnikov, Azizbek Nurbekov,
Amir
Hassan,
Abdurashid Qayumov, Alisher Mirzabayev, Haydar Zakir, Bek Sultan, Mikhail Mazarov, har yili O'zbekiston Milliy Universiteti biolog magistri ma'ruza keladi. Sobiq biologiya fakultetida qilamiz.
Mikhail Mazarov everywhere we cooperating with him. Yoshiki Kawabata from Japan. Yoshiro Fuji, academic Kamiljan Tajibayev,
Ravshan Sadirov, Shavkat Xalqaro.
Shavkat Xalqaro, I want to stand in the stage. Nuruddin Samatov here is enjoying us here. Nikita Yelena, our first presenter today. Here is diploma for organizer is Tokyo and Zagreb universities. We will send you tomorrow with a PDF for your emails, and also we will post you in your address. Let's cover we will celebrate with that. Today here is with joining personal and with the diploma, and also first diploma is state unitary company. Our deeply thankful for other Jabarov. For the company, our main supporter. Akis Center. Some representative. From Tashkil State Agrarian University. This Professor Bayir Abdunagakar. Mуносабати. Barna Saipova. Jorai Fumit. That's all.
Yana bir bor, hamma ishtirokchilarga, qatnashganlarga va tashkilotchilarga o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Agarda ulardan oxirgi aytadigan gaplar bo'lsa, marhamat.
We will welcome to for our others, Professor Kasula. You can join us. Yeah.
So just you can say something for the closing ceremony.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate for your support, and I'm really happy to participate in this wonderful international conference. And I really enjoyed. I can hear a lot of presentations from the different backgrounds. So it was really a good opportunity for me. Yeah, and I hope in the next time if we have, I would like to visit Uzbekistan, and I would like to join the face-to-face conference. Yes, hope to see you soon in future. Thank you so much.
Assalomu alaykum ustozlar. Hammaga katta rahmat. Can I speak in Uzbek? Sensei. Avvalambor hammaga katta rahmat. Shunaqa konferensiyada o'zlaring ishtirok etib, bu albatta bu konferensiya shu ishtirokchilar uchun qilindi. Shu yurtimizdagi yosh olimlar, barcha olimlar qishloq xo'jaligi sohasida yer, atrof muhit, biохилма-хилликни aloqasi bo'lgan barcha olimlarni o'sha bir katta bir konferensiyada jamlash edi maqsadimiz. Ozmi ko'pmi buni amalga oshira oldik deb o'ylayman. Kelgusida bu albatta Lazo G'afurov aytib o'tdilar, bu doimiy bo'lib o'tishni reja qilganmiz. Bu yil masalan SERBEMAni birinchi international konferensini nishonlagan bo'lsak, albatta kelasi yilga ikkinchi, uchinchi va buni sub konferensiyalarni ham shuni tarmog'ida qilishni yo'lga qo'ymoqchimiz. Bundan asosiy maqsad albatta bugun juda ko'p yosh olimlar, menga o'xshagan yosh olimlar ham o'zlarining taqdimotlarini qildilar, kamchiliklarimizni bildik, taqdimot qilishni bir sirlarini o'rgandik shu orqali. Albatta shunaqa sharoit yaratib berish yoshlarga o'zimiz singari. Bundan tashqari yurtimizdagi olimlarni xorijlik olimlar bilan birgalikda hamkorlikda loyihalarni qilishlari, ilmiy ishlarni, maqolalar yozishlariga bir qandaydir platforma vazifasini bajarib beradigan bir loyihani boshlab oldik. Hammaga katta rahmat. Boshdan qo'llab kelganligi uchun mana To'xtasi Abdurahmonovga O'zbekiston Milliy universiteti, Odil aka Jabborovga Tuproq sifat tahlil duk, ifoda kompaniyasi ilmga juda ham katta investitsiya kirgiza oladigan O'zbekistondagi kam sonli kompaniyalardan. Bundan tashqari Toshkent davlat agrar universiteti va albatta I want to my gratitude to my professors, especially the Katsura sensei, Kawabata sensei and the Fuji sensei to support our conference. Thank you sensei very much. Hammaga katta rahmat, ko'p vaqtlaringni olmayman.
Да, я с удовольствием. Большое спасибо за то, что пригласили. Замечательная конференция, на очень высоком уровне прошла. Вот. Но я еще один вам секрет расскажу, почему я присутствую сейчас не с вами, а здесь. Дело в том, что у нас сейчас идет подготовка к выборам в академике Российской академии наук. И есть предложение избрать одного иностранного члена Академии Российской академии наук. Претендует более сотни человек на одно место. Но мы выдвинули одного единственного человека, нашу любимую Лазизу Акрамовну Гафурову. Вот. И поэтому, да, и мы все ждем этого дня, вот, чтобы она стала нашим российским академиком. Я единственная, вот здесь была большая делегация из Узбекистана, сказала, у вас есть 2 месяца на то, чтобы вы ее до этого избрали академиком Узбекской академии. Вот. Но я думаю, что мы ее изберем раньше. Вот. Так как мы все очень ее любим. Вот. Она действительно большой организатор совместной нашей науки, российской, узбекской науки. Поэтому мы желаем, чтобы наша кандидатура победила на этих выборах. Вот. Но это будет общая наша с вами победа. Вот. Так что большое всем спасибо за эту конференцию. Недавно Лазиза Акрамовна проводила конференцию в Казахстане, школу целую. Вот. Поэтому мы, в общем-то, гордимся, что у нас есть такие друзья. И вообще Узбекистан сегодня лидером является в области почвоведения, экологии, агрохимии. Вот. Так что мы настроены на дальнейшее плодотворное сотрудничество. Спасибо всем большое. Рахмат катта.
Thank you. To'xtasin ustoz, Fuji senseiga ham biroq so'z bersak. Fuji senseiga. Professor Fuji.
Yes.
Closing remarks, please.
It's very difficult to say. Only thank you so much for you. Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you. That's all. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Thank you so much.
Labbe.
Birinchi taklif. Lazizat Akramni ko'targan va o'zinglar ko'tarayotgan taklif bu konferensiyani muntazam davom ettirish. Keyingisini iloji bo'lsa Yaponiyada, Tokioda, biz ham masofaga turib qatnashaylikda konferensiya Tokioda o'tsin. Bu birinchi taklif. Chunki eng faol qatnashgan universitetlar Tokio universiteti bo'lyapti.
Can I translate? Tarjima qilib qo'y bitta.
Yeah.
O'zim qilaman. Okay.
Yeah.
Tarjima
We will propose our cooperation with Tokyo, and the conference will be next year. It's just a proposal. if you can host our conference next year, and we will join us maybe online or offline.
Agar keyingi yilda shu Tokioda tashkil qilsanglar, bizning ishtirokchilar va'da beryaptiki, ya'ni mingtalik katta bizni zalda o'tkazishda ishtirok etishni.
Next year, if the host will be host in Japan, we will join us in the big symposium.
İkinci taklif.
Second, our proposal.
İkinci taklif, şu gün davamındaki ma'ruzalar deyarli hammasi bizga ma'qul bo'ldi. Qiziq ma'ruzalar, biologiya, ruhshunoslik, yo'nalishda aynan ma'ruzalar. Shu nuqtai nazardan kelib chiqib, barcha ma'ruza bilan qatnashganlarni O'zbekiston Milliy universiteti biologiya fakultetida ma'ruza o'qish uchun masofadan o'zini taklif qilamiz.
Yeah, and our proposal is today 2 days we listen to very interesting topics and presentations, and we will invite you to present presentation in our faculty in our university. And online and offline. And Professor Kesuki, you will do this, and you will present in our university. It will be very prosperous, and others also.
Yana bir bor sizlarga katta rahmat. Sog' salomat bo'linglar. Masofadan bo'lsa ham ko'rishganmiz.
Thank you for your time. And we will just close and we will take pictures from there and your audience and the top screen.
They want to take picture. No, don't close please your Zoom. Just a moment. Bo'ldimi?
Yeah, this is only this. Yeah. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hammaga katta rahmat. Bugungi konferensiyamizga oldi e'lon qilamiz.
Thank you for all the joining today's conference.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. Okay.
Thank you. Thank
See
you,
you tomorrow.
Sensei. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Fuji Sensei.
Большое.
Спасибо, профессор Мазиров.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Очень рад был с вами общаться.
Спасибо вам тоже.
Shavkat, rahmat.
Aka, rahmat, sog' bo'linglar. Rahmat. Rahmat.
Даже не хочется покидать всех вас. Хочется с вами еще быть и быть вместе.
Да.
Михаил Арнольдович.
Спасибо.
Граница открыта тебе, можно.
Да.